Chapter 849. Damn it, you brat! The snake Yiksha was furious. Only then did he realize that Jun Xiaoyao had not been possessed. Meng Zhan and the others were overjoyed. Ling Yuan, who was not far away, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. The great, desolate halberd carried a savage, killing intent as it cut through the universe. It was as if it could split the primordial wilderness. This was a sub-thearch weapon that specialized in killing. It was extremely powerful. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao rarely used it was because there was no need for him to use the quasi-emperor weapon. But now he suddenly attacked and wanted to kill this injured sub-thearch with his own hands. Die. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. You're asking for it, you ant. The snake Yiksha's dermic powers surged. Although he was injured, he was still a sub-thearch. Even if Jun Xiaoyao killed the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader, the snake Yiksha did not think that he could threaten him. The crimson wings on the snake Yiksha's back flapped, and countless Dao patterns shot out. They twisted like poisonous snakes and turned into a surging tide that blasted toward Jun Xiaoyao. The void in front of him shattered. Even a giant ancient star would be reduced to dust in the middle. This was the snake Yiksha's innate mystique. When used by a sub-thearch like him, its power could destroy heaven and earth. However, Jun Xiaoyao's great desolate halberd slashed down. Like a pair of scissors cutting through cloth, it split the snake Yiksha's attack in half. Seeing this, the snake Yiksha stabbed its blood-stained steel fork toward Jun Xiaoyao. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. The great desolate halberd's blade shone brightly as it struck the steel fork. Break! Jun Xiaoyao activated the boundless might of the saint body as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, the sacred body avatar, the reverence of 10,000 saints, appeared. Although it was called the reverence of 10,000 saints, its power increased with Jun Xiaoyao's improvement. The ferocious pressure once again suppressed the already injured Naga Yiksha. A cracking sound was heard. The steel fork shattered, and the great desolate halberd's incomparably sharp blade chopped down from the top of the snake Yiksha's head, splitting it in half. The snake Yiksha's primordial spirit didn't even have time to escape before it was also shattered. The unique destructive power of the great desolate halberd shattered the snake Yiksha's body and essence spirit. When they saw this scene, all of the foreign creatures here shivered in fear. They were originally the most arrogant, ferocious, cruel, and belligerent. But now, their faces were filled with fear, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even their souls felt like they were about to be frozen. A great sage had killed a quasi-supreme. Even if it was a surprise attack, it was still shocking enough that it was completely unbelievable. Motherfucker, isn't this a bit too much? A foreign creature said in a stupefied manner. Even the seed-level prodigies of the immortal realm wouldn't be so terrifying, right? Or could it be that their intelligence was outdated? Or could it be that this handsome yet decisive man in white was actually a quasi-supreme martial artist and was merely pretending to be weak to eat a tiger? Anyway, this group of foreign creatures' minds were in chaos, incomparably terrified. This fella. Ling Yan was also stunned, a bit of astonishment appearing on her beautiful face. Even she had no choice but to admit it. Right now, holding the great desolate halberd in one hand, the Jun Xiaoyao who hacked down the foreign quasi-supreme martial artist was indeed a bit handsome. She now suddenly felt that Gutizi's plan didn't seem that perfect. It was because no matter how much he overestimated Jun Xiaoyao's strength, in the end, he still underestimated him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was extremely calm, not feeling any complacency from killing a quasi-supreme martial artist. When dealing with a quasi-supreme martial artist at his peak condition, Jun Xiaoyao indeed couldn't kill him so cleanly and directly. However, when dealing with an already seriously injured quasi-supreme martial artist, moreover taking action, so suddenly the snake Yiksha being killed was also extremely normal. The rest of the battle ended very quickly. It had to be said that the foreign creatures were still a bit fierce and belligerent. Even though they were stunned by Jun Xiaoyao in the end, they still fought with everything they had. Of course, in the end they all died. Having lost their quasi-supreme martial artist leader, it was almost impossible for them to make a comeback. Jun Xiaoyao's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Holding the great, desolate halberd in his hand, he killed in all directions. Even the foreign Holy Lord level experts couldn't block more than a few moves from him. Ling Yan, on the other hand, lost the mood to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao killing a quasi-supreme martial artist was enough to match her killing dozens of great sages. In the end, the entire starry sky, all kinds of broken bones, dregs, broken limbs, and blood scattered in all directions, although most of them were from the foreign creatures. However, there was also a small portion from the Meng family's team. Meng Zhan and the others were used to this. After paying their respects for a while, they sorted out their emotions. Thank you, Son of God, this time. If it wasn't for the Son of God's sudden attack, that snake Yiksha should have been able to escape in the end. Meng Zhan cupped his hands towards Jun Xiaoyao and smiled sincerely. The two Grand Knights could fight with the snake Yiksha, but it was difficult to kill it. If the snake Yiksha couldn't win, it could still run. However, Jun Xiaoyao's sudden attack made the snake Yiksha careless. It didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so strong. Originally, it was them who wanted to protect Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, it was Jun Xiaoyao who established this victory. Captain, there's no need to be like this. This is what I should do. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He indeed didn't take this to heart. It's really lucky to have the Son of God join our team. The Meng family's warriors all rejoiced as they surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. As for Ling Yan, she stood alone on the side. Her slender and graceful figure was like a celestial flower. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted coldly with a cold expression. You wanted to help me just now. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly looked at Ling Yan, his eyes very deep. I didn't. I just think that no matter what, you shouldn't die in the hands of a foreign creature. Ling Yan's expression was slightly sluggish. She snorted coldly, turned her pretty face to the side, and prevaricated. Being stared at by Jun Xiaoyao like this, she felt uncomfortable all over, as if she was seen through. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze, deep in thought. Why did this cold empress become so arrogant in front of him? Was it because of the reincarnation sea's love fate that affected Ling Yan? Jun Xiaoyao secretly thought, but he didn't care. Ling Yan was still an enemy and opponent. There was no doubt about this. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao collected the Hell Spirit Demon Flower. This Hell Spirit Demon Flower had been purified by Jun Xiaoyao's Vairokanadharma form, leaving only pure soul power. After refining this Hell Spirit Demon Flower, the level of my essence spirit should take a big step toward the eternal sand level, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Meng Zhan stepped forward and said, Son of God, during the battle, the snake Yiksha revealed a piece of information. The heavenly demon royal family might appear. The foreign royal family? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Just the snake Yiksha, the abyss demon race, and other creatures of the general race were already so powerful. Then wouldn't the royal family be even more powerful? That's right, the heavenly demon royal family is one of the 100 royal families of the foreign domain. I heard that in the younger generation there are 8 top prodigies, known as the 8 heavenly demon knights. The 8 of them together have the record of seriously injuring a quasi-supreme. Meng Zhan's expression was very serious. Even if he was a true quasi-supreme, it would be very dangerous if he encountered the 8 young experts of the heavenly demon royal family. The 8 heavenly demon knights. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He was used to being invincible in the younger generation of the celestial realm, and he also wanted to know how powerful the foreign young kings were. Chapter 850. Meng Zhan explained to Jun Xiaoyao. Generally speaking, a foreign royal clan might have many general clans under their command. The Snake Yiksha race, the superior of the Abyss Fiend race, was one of the 400 great royal clans, the Sky Fiend royal clan. Although this clan did not rank among the top 10 royal clans, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Now, Jun Xiaoyao, Meng Zhan, and the others had killed the Snake Yiksha group of creatures. This would naturally alarm the Sky Fiend royal clan. If it were in the past, facing the Sky Fiend royal clan, Meng Zhan might still have a trace of apprehension. But now, for some reason, with Jun Xiaoyao here, he felt much more at ease. Next, Meng Zhan and the others continued forward. They still had a main goal, which was to find the 7 sins god obsession. Compared to killing foreign creatures, finding the 7 sins god obsession was their main mission, the most important. Originally, the people of this team were all very respectful towards Jun Xiaoyao. After this battle, they were even more incomparably respectful towards Jun Xiaoyao. It was to the extent that Jun Xiaoyao's authority and status were even higher than Captain Meng Zhan's. Ling Yan, on the other hand, was somewhat left out. It was not that her battle achievements were lacking, it was just that, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed a bit dim. Only now did Ling Yan understand why so many people in the celestial realm wanted Jun Xiaoyao to fall. After all, this feeling of having one's glory stolen was not pleasant. This world of great competition seemed to be Jun Xiaoyao's stage alone. Most of the glory fell on him. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's handsome side profile that always did not carry any expression, Ling Yan suddenly felt that Jun Xiaoyao should be quite lonely. After all, so many people wanted him to die. Even the heavens wanted him to die. Bah! What am I thinking? Actually sympathizing with this despicable guy. Ling Yan came back to her senses and secretly spat. This despicable guy did so many excessive things to her, even leaving an exclusive imprint on her thigh. She hated him too much. Jun Xiaoyao was naturally unaware of Ling Yan's inner drama. He checked his merit points jade talisman and found that he had gained a large amount of merit points. Evidently, the Snake Yiksha's contribution points had also been pocketed by Jun Xiaoyao. It wasn't that Jun Xiaoyao deliberately stole the kill, but that was the only way to kill the Snake Yiksha and prevent him from escaping. Captain Meng Zhan, don't we know where the divine obsession is sealed? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Meng Zhan shook his head and said, Son of God, you don't know that the place where the god's consciousness is sealed is not fixed in one place. Instead, it changes locations irregularly. This is also the reason why it is so difficult for the other side to find the sealed land. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. The Azure Emperor must have sensed it as well. He knew that the remnant will of the 7 sins god might cause a huge disaster in the future. That was why they used the method of changing the location of the seal to prevent outsiders from noticing. Unfortunately, they were still discovered by the other side in the end. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking about how to find the sealed land of the divine obsession, suddenly, in the spring of life in his inner universe, the simple lotus seed that Jun Xiaoyao had overlooked trembled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao was keenly aware of that as well. The next moment, he sensed a wisp of aura that wasn't too far away from this star field. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of something. Could that wisp of aura be the location of the closest divine obsession to him? Jun Xiaoyao was rather baffled by what he saw. Then he understood. This simple lotus seed was actually related to the Azure Emperor. In the beginning, there was nothing special about the simple lotus seed. Even the big shots of the Merit Hall couldn't detect anything special about it. However, after soaking in the spring of life for a period of time, it seemed to have gradually revealed some kind of ability. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he said, Captain Meng Zhan, why don't we go in that direction and have a look? Meng Zhan and the others were puzzled. Why did Jun Xiaoyao suddenly want to go in that direction? Could it be that you know where the god's obsession is sealed? Seeing this, Ling Yuan said in a neutral tone, Shut up if you don't know how to talk, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Ling Yan was angry again. Well, let's go this way. Meng Zhan also nodded. He didn't have any clue anyway. Vaguely, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have become the leader of this team and had the highest authority. Then, under the leadership of Jun Xiaoyao, the Meng family's team rushed toward another star field. A few days passed. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao, Meng Zhan, and the others also encountered some scattered foreign creatures and killed them cleanly. Finally, they came to another star field in the world of the divine ruins. This star field had a strong presence of qi. Immortal mist lingered in the air. It was comparable to some of the blessed lands in the nine heavens immortal realm. Such a strong presence of qi. Is there some kind of treasure here? Meng Zhan asked curiously. The world of the divine ruins was vast and boundless. There were many places of treasure that had yet to be discovered. Jun Xiaoyao fixed his eyes on a planet at the center of the star field. Their group of men and horses flashed away. The presence of qi on the planet was extremely strong. It loomed over the entire planet like an atmosphere. The presence of qi here is abnormal, another Grand Knight of the Meng family said in confusion. I can sense the presence of foreign creatures. Meng Zhan's divine sense was sensitive to the presence of foreign creatures. He could sense that there were many auras of foreign creatures on this planet. Jun Xiaoyao then added, there is another wave of energy, an extremely majestic one within this planet. His divine sense was sharper than Meng Zhan and the others. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao and the others withdrew their presence and quietly landed on the planet. Meanwhile, on a huge continent on the planet, a large group of densely packed foreign creatures were currently excavating something here. It was a huge immortal source, spirit vein buried under the ground. The immortal spiritual vein was like a snow-white dragon that went deep into the ground. The presence of qi was unbelievably strong. Beside the immortal spiritual vein were 4 figures that looked like iron towers. They were watching the foreign creatures, digging for the immortal spiritual vein. The 4 of them were wearing pitch-black heavy armor. They were riding all kinds of powerful beasts. Their mounts alone were in the peak, great, sacred realm. They were 4 of the famous 8 heavenly demon riders of the heavenly demon royal tribe. I didn't expect the place where the god's obsession was sealed is under an immortal ancestral vein. A black knight holding a long axe said in a muffled voice. He was the 5th brother of the 8 heavenly demon riders. Luckily, there was an immortal cultivator who was good at divination before we came. He roughly figured out the location of the place where the god's obsession was sealed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find it. Another knight, holding a crimson blade, said. He was the 6th brother. The 4 brothers have already entered the depths of the immortal ancestral vein to investigate the god's obsession. Our mission is to dig out the immortal ancestral vein, the 7th brother said. But the presence of the snake Yiksha's group has disappeared. They seem to have encountered a powerful enemy from the immortal realm, the 8th brother said. What kind of enemy is this? They're all trash in front of us, 8 heavenly demon riders. That's right. We'll kill any immortal realm cultivator that comes. The 4 heavenly demon black knights all sneered. They didn't know that someone was already spying on them in the distant mountains. Chapter 851. Damn it! That's my immortal region's ancestral vein. It's actually being excavated by those foreign bastards. In the dark, Meng Zhan clenched his fists when he saw this. Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised. He didn't expect to find an immortal source, ancestral vein. Immortal source was a top-grade cultivation material and also a currency used by cultivators. An immortal source vein could attract immortal forces to fight over it. Immortal source veins and immortal source ancestral veins couldn't be compared at all. Immortal source ancestral veins were rumored to be something left behind after an immortal ascended and merged with the earth, nourishing the human world. A section of immortal source ancestral vein could turn a vast star field into a cultivation holy land. To a certain extent, It could even restore the excellent cultivation environment of ancient times. It could be said that the immortal source ancestral vein was already a strategic resource. If this large section of immortal source ancestral vein fell into the hands of the foreign realm, one could imagine that they could use it to cultivate a large number of top-grade experts. Son of God, this is my immortal region's immortal source ancestral vein. We can't let those foreign bastards take it away. Meng Zhan said resolutely. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was just worried about the lack of spirit qi in his inner universe. Even if he could give birth to creatures in the future, there wouldn't be enough spirit qi to support their cultivation. With Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to nourish his inner universe with spirit qi. And now he was given a pillow when he was sleepy. If this large section of immortal source ancestral vein was placed in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe, not only could it support the spirit qi of the inner universe, but it could also nourish Jun Xiaoyao, allowing his strength to rise again. At the same time, he would truly have an inexhaustible source of magic power. This kind of treasure was definitely not inferior to the spring of life. How could Jun Xiaoyao miss it? But there are Sky Demon Royal experts. Meng Zhan thought, just outside the immortal source ancestral vein, there was already a Sky Demon Royal Quasi-Supreme and 4 of the Sky Demon 8 Cavalry. There should be more experts below the immortal source ancestral vein. So they had to plan. I have a plan, Jun Xiaoyao said. It seems that Son of God is already confident. Meng Zhan's eyes lit up. He was really glad that Jun Xiaoyao was assigned to his team. After that, Jun Xiaoyao made a simple plan, and everyone began to prepare for action. Outside the immortal origin ancestral vein, apart from the 4 of the 8 celestial demon steeds, there was no one else. There was also a quasi-supreme of the heavenly devil royal clan, whose entire body was shrouded in black fog. In fact, almost every bloodline had a quasi-supreme to hold the fort. After all, the highest battle strength in the divine ruins was only at the quasi-supreme level. At a certain moment, the quasi-supreme of the heavenly demon royal clan suddenly sensed something strange. He turned his head and saw a white-clothed figure floating in the air like a ghost. The handsome young man in a white robe reached out his hand and grabbed at the air. Forbidden Immortal's 4th seal. Boom! Countless ancient sealing runes appeared in the void around this quasi-supreme. It was the 4th seal of the immortal prohibition seal, the forbidden space. The space around the quasi-supreme of the heavenly demon royal clan instantly froze. Although it could only imprison him for a short moment, it was enough. Boom! Meng Zhan and the other Grand Knight simultaneously unleashed their most powerful moves, bombarding the quasi-supreme. Pucci, the quasi-supreme of the heavenly demon royal clan, was instantly severely injured. Damn it, enemy attack! The quasi-supreme shouted angrily. It's the cultivators of the immortal realm. How dare you plot against the Lord? You're courting death. The surrounding foreign creatures were instantly alarmed. Damn it, kill! Seeing this, the eyes of the 4 of the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen shot out cold beams of light from under their pitch-black masks. A chaotic battle instantly began. Meng Zhan and the others fought with the severely injured quasi-supreme. The rest of the cultivators were soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword, and sword qi surged around him. He was like a lawnmower harvesting the foreign creatures. He was quickly noticed by the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen. You should be the ones who killed the snake Yiksha and the others, right? How dare you come here to die? Old 8 of the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen shouted. He held a long spear that glittered with cold light in his hand. The ancient beast beneath him leaped, making him look like a demonic steed as he charged at Jun Xiaoyao. Swoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, and with an incomparably sharp aura, it stabbed at Jun Xiaoyao's chest. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent, and he pushed out an ordinary hand. "You're courting death." Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's action, Old 8 sneered. This young genius of the immortal realm probably didn't know who he was, right? He actually dared to use his body as his weapon, just as Old 8 sneered inwardly. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Jun Xiaoyao broke the long spear with a palm, and at the same time, the palm wind landed on Old 8's body. Boom! Old 8's pitch-black heavy armor shattered, and his body was shattered. The ancient beast under him directly exploded into a cloud of blood. Then, Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword, and the immortal slaying sword Qi pierced through the void, directly piercing through Old 8's forehead. One of the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen was dead. Old 8! The other three's expressions changed, and they were shocked. The heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen were ranked according to their strength. Although Old 8 was the last, it didn't mean that he was weak. In fact, it was difficult for Old 8 to find an opponent in the Great Sage realm. Yet now he had been killed in a single exchange. It's the immortal realm's supreme outlawed sky pride. Old 7 roared, "Kill, avenge Old 8!" Old 5 of the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen roared, holding a long axe with murderous intent, and slashed at Jun Xiaoyao. Old 6 also slashed at him with a blood-red long saber in his hand. Old 7 also had a monstrous murderous intent in his eyes, and surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. I can't believe all three of them made a move. Seeing this scene, some of the living beings in the foreign realm were surprised. Such a situation was rare. Any one of the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen could defeat a large group of their peers in the immortal realm. But now, the three of them had joined forces. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. He activated the immortal Daluo immortal body to strengthen his physical body and dermic powers. Wisps of dazzling light were emitted from his body, illuminating heaven and earth, and the fluctuations were shocking. Jun Xiaoyao used the Kuan Peng steps and charged directly at Old 7. Old 7 of the heavenly demon 8 cavalrymen opened his mouth and roared, and sand particles as dazzling as the galaxy swept out. That was star sand. If one was wrapped in it, one's physical body would be crushed into powder. A wisp of immortal qi of life and death appeared on the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body. His palms controlled the power of life and death, as if he was a supreme deity who controlled life and death. The wheel of life and death. Jun Xiaoyao's palms carried a shocking power as they crushed down. The void distorted, and all kinds of strange phenomena of life and death appeared. Uft! Old 7-star sand was directly destroyed, and at the same time his physical body was crushed by the wheel of life and death, directly exploding, turning from life to death. Old 7, Old 5, and Old 6 were shocked and in disbelief. Then Old 5 shouted, "No, you're not a supreme outlawed sky pride. You're a seed of the immortal realm." That shout stunned all the living beings in the foreign realm for a moment. A seed-level character of the immortal realm was definitely their nightmare. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with them. The wheel of death of the heavens rolled down. At this moment, he was like a god who ruled over life and death. Under such power, the remaining 2 cavalrymen's bodies were crushed, and their souls were destroyed. Chapter 852. Jun Xiaoyao killed 4 of the 8 celestial demon steeds with brute force without any hesitation. When Ling Yuan saw this, she was also slightly stunned. Was he really not going to give her a chance to perform? "Captain Meng Zhan, let's go in," Jun Xiaoyao said. On the other side, Meng Zhan nodded slightly and handed the injured Sky Demon Royal Quasi-Supreme to another Grand Knight. He led Jun Xiaoyao deep into the immortal origin ancestral vein. Seeing this, Ling Yuan also bit her red lips and followed closely behind. Above the ancestral vein, the Meng family's team was fighting with the foreign creatures. Meng Zhan, Jun Xiaoyao, and Ling Yan went deep into the ancestral vein. The immortal origin ancestral vein was like a long dragon that went deep into the ground. A passage had been excavated long ago. It should be the work of the foreign creatures. What a huge immortal origin ancestral vein! Even in Empress Wa's lineage, there is only one, and it is slightly smaller than this one, Ling Yan exclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ling Yan. Xian Ting's foundation was not to be underestimated. Ling Yan was also a rich woman. Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Yan seemed to be very sensitive to Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Jun Xiaoyao looked away and did not say anything. Anyway, he was going to get the immortal origin ancestral vein, even with Jun Xiaoyao and the other's speed. It took them about 15 minutes to reach the depths of the ancestral vein. In front of them, immortal radiance lingered and spiritual fog surged. There were shadows flashing around. Jun Xiaoyao channeled his powers into his eyes, enabling him to see through the mist. He discovered that it was a group of foreign creatures who were guarding a simple and ancient altar. Among them was another quasi-supreme of the Sky Demon Royal clan. That quasi-supreme was very vigilant. As if he had sensed something, his gaze instantly shot toward Jun Xiaoyao like a sword. Come out. Evidently, the foreign quasi-supreme had already been informed by the other quasi-supreme of the ancestral bloodline and was already on guard. Jun Xiaoyao, Meng Zhan, and Ling Yan showed themselves. Seeing the newcomers, the quasi-supreme relaxed and sneered. A quasi-supreme and two great saint ants dare to enter this place! In the eyes of this heavenly demon royal clan, quasi-supreme, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were truly laughable. Even if Meng Zhan was able to stall him, a quasi-supreme, however, there were several Sky Devil royal clan saint lords beside him. As for great saints, there were more than a dozen of them. As far as he was concerned, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were simply courting death by coming here. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the quasi-supreme's mockery. His gaze swept across the area, but he did not discover the remaining 4 figures of the 8 celestial demon steeds. At the same time, in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe, the simple lotus seed in the spring of life trembled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze finally fell on the altar. Jun Xiaoyao caught a faint ripple in the air. It was obvious that the altar should lead to some hidden space. It was very likely to be the place where the divine obsession was sealed. Captain, let's do it, Jun Xiaoyao said. All right. Meng Zhan did not hesitate at all. He trusted Jun Xiaoyao completely. He directly faced the quasi-supreme of the heavenly demon royal clan. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ling Yan again. Ling Yan snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry, I know the situation." What she meant was that she would join forces with Jun Xiaoyao for the time being. Jun Xiaoyao lifted his hand and went straight for the kill. Ling Yan also attacked. Hee, are the young people of the immortal region all so brave now? Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was charging straight at him, a heavenly demon royal clan Saint Sovereign sneered. He raised his hand and formed a pitch-black demonic seal, intending to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's body shook and golden blood gushed out vigorously, like a true dragon awakening. A casual fist carried the power of 260 summer worlds, crushing even the void. This place was greatly shaken. Pucci! With one punch, the heavenly demon royal clan Saint Sovereign's body cracked and blood spurted out. He was shocked and almost screamed. What kind of freak is this? Jun Xiaoyao did not want to waste any more time. He flipped his hand and took out the great, desolate halberd. A destructive force flowed on the halberd's blade, and he swung the halberd horizontally, cutting off the Saint Sovereign's head. The Saint Sovereign's primordial spirit was directly shattered by the destructive force. A Saint Sovereign had fallen. This person, the quasi-supreme, heavenly demon royal clan Saint Sovereign, who was fighting with Meng Zhan, was also slightly shocked. Then he reacted. See, this is a seed of the immortal region. Surround and kill him. The quasi-supreme, heavenly demon royal clan, Saint Sovereign, shouted angrily. A seed of the immortal region must not be left alive. This was the ironclad rule of the foreign realm. The other foreign creatures also surrounded and slaughtered their way over. On the other side, Ling Yan also snorted coldly. Unwilling to fall behind, she used her ultimate technique. Immortal palm of Empress Hua. Ling Yan's jade-like palm blasted out, and immortal energy surged. It was as if the image of a supreme goddess appeared behind her. This was a terrifying move exclusive to her sacred body of Empress Hua. Boom! Another heavenly demon royal clan Saint Sovereign's body was blasted apart, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Another seed. The creatures of the foreign realm were all shocked. They did not expect two seeds of the immortal region to appear at once. Damn it, get out of my way! Seeing Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan slaughtering the creatures of the foreign realm, the quasi-supreme, heavenly demon royal clan Saint Sovereign was infuriated and wanted to shake off Meng Zhan. However, Meng Zhan was very experienced. Even if the quasi-supreme, heavenly demon was stronger than him, it was impossible to shake him off. In the end, this quasi-supreme, heavenly demon royal clan, Saint Sovereign, watched as the creatures of the foreign realm died one after another. Captain Meng Zhan, hold on. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Meng Zhan. Right now, he needed to stop the remaining 4 heavenly demon mounts from breaking the seal, so he did not have time to help Meng Zhan. Son of God, don't worry. I can hold on. Meng Zhan grinned. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and stood on the altar. Ling Yuan also took a step and landed on the altar. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at them and did not say anything. The space on the altar fluctuated. In the next moment, the world spun, and they instantly arrived at another place. This was a valley that was flourishing with flowers. They were colorful and beautiful, and nothing more beautiful could be imagined. It was hard to imagine that this was a place where the divine obsession was sealed. So beautiful! Even Ling Yan, who was usually noble, cold, and serious, could not help but be stunned at this moment. Such a beautiful scene could always make a woman gasp in amazement. Jun Xiaoyao plucked a flower from the ground and held it in his hand to examine it. This is... Ling Yan looked over. Lover's flower, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Hearing this, Ling Yan's phoenix-like eyes also changed imperceptibly, and she secretly spat. She had also heard of this kind of thing. Lover's flower for a day, yearning for 1,000 years. This kind of flower had a terrible effect. Even some despicable pills were made with lover's flower as the raw material. Fortunately, the lover's flower everywhere had not bloomed yet. Why is there such a thing here? Ling Yan's smooth, jade-like face had an imperceptible blush. Being surrounded by lover's flower with Jun Xiaoyao made her feel a little strange. I think I know which divine obsession is sealed here, Jun Xiaoyao said thoughtfully. You know? Ling Yan asked. If I'm not wrong, it should be lust of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 853. Jun Xiaoyao had already guessed it. The so-called 7 sins god obsession corresponded to the so-called 7 original sins: greed, sloth, pride, jealousy, wrath, gluttony, and lust. It was not that the Lotus Emperor had these sins. It was because the Lotus Emperor was not human, but a green lotus in the chaos. Logically speaking, the Lotus Emperor should not have the 7 original sins that belong to human beings. However, one of his obsessions turned into the evil obsessions of the gods, which eventually became the obsessions of the god of 7 sins. And now, Jun Xiaoyao inferred the god obsession sealed here based on the valentines, flowers blooming all over the valley. It should be lust, one of the 7 sins. After all, this was the only attribute that was more compatible with the valentine's flowers. How did you know the sealed place is here? Ling Yan looked at Jun Xiaoyao suspiciously. After all, it was Jun Xiaoyao who led them to this planet. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao had a way to find the sealed place of the god obsession? Do I know you that well? Jun Xiaoyao asked coldly. He would not tell Ling Yan the secret of the ancient lotus seed. Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan's perfect breasts rose and fell. She was really angry with Jun Xiaoyao. Let's go. The sealed place should be in the valley. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Ling Yan and walked straight into the valley. Ling Yan looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back, stomped her feet, and followed him. If Gu Tizi saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. To think that someone as cold and aloof as Ling Yuan would actually reveal such a feminine side. The entire valley was very large. It was also full of Valentine's flowers, but they had not bloomed yet. The deeper they went into the valley, the more Jun Xiaoyao could feel that the ancient lotus seed in the spring of life was vibrating violently, as if there was some kind of resonance. What does this seed have to do with the Lotus Emperor? Is it a secret left behind by him? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. The Azure Thearch's power was unparalleled. Perhaps the Azure Thearch had already expected that after he transformed into a world, the evil thoughts of the gods that he had left behind would very likely cause trouble. However, Jun Xiaoyao still didn't know what kind of power this lotus seed had. At this stage, it was only a sealed place that could sense the sins of the gods. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking about this, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Up ahead was the deepest part of the valley. There was a stone sculpture in the shape of a lotus flower. Around the lotus stone sculpture, there were also various ancient and complicated sealing runes. For figures that looked like pitch-black iron towers surrounded the lotus stone sculpture. Sensing the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan, for pairs of cold eyes stared at them at the same time. You're the ones who killed my 4 brothers. The leading dark knight among the 4 said in an extremely cold tone. He was the leader of the 8 celestial demon steeds. The beast he rode was a scarlet leopard with horns on its forehead and 5 tails on its back. This was an ancient variant beast, the Ho. Of course, it naturally couldn't be a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. It only had a trace of the Ho's bloodline. However, it was already strong enough. Just this ferocious beast alone was enough to tear apart a peak supreme, saint expert. To a certain extent, it could even compete with a sacred lord. Just one of its mounts was already so strong. It was obvious how strong the leader of the 8 celestial demon steeds was. As for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers, their auras were also ferocious. Their mounts were the silver sky wolf, the golden-eye lion king, and so on. They were all extremely ferocious beasts. These 4 were obviously much stronger than the other 4 on the ancestral mountain. Your 4 brothers are too weak. I hope you can bring me a little surprise, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. You're courting death. The 4 were furious. 3 of them charged toward Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan. The remaining leader didn't charge toward them. He was activating his dermic powers and infusing them into a jade talisman. This jade talisman floated above the lotus stone sculpture, releasing a mysterious aura and ancient, twisted runes. Those weren't celestial realm runes, but foreign ancient characters. Very clearly, this was a seal-breaking tool, specially used to break all kinds of seals. Previously, the 4 celestial demon steeds had been activated here. They just needed to wait for a while to break the seals here. When the divine obsessions break the seals one by one, it will be your doomsday. The leader of the 4 steeds revealed a fierce light in his eyes. Boom! The 4th brother attacked, holding a pitch-black mace, smashing it down toward Jun Xiaoyao's head. The air was sucked away, the void trembling, and an ear-piercing sonic boom sounded. This strike was enough to shatter a towering mountain into smithereens. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. His palm was as lustrous as jade, branded with all kinds of divine patterns, and directly smashed it barehanded. You're courting death. The 4th brother roared, wondering if the celestial realm prodigy was looking down on him too much. Clang! The 2 collided, actually erupting with the sound of metal colliding, as well as dazzling sparks. Jun Xiaoyao's palm was like the world's sturdiest divine weapon. blasting the mace away. Splat! The fourth brother spat out a mouthful of blood, and shock appeared in his eyes. What kind of physical body is this? The fourth brother was in disbelief. Even a holy lord wouldn't be able to receive this attack with his bare hands. Let me. The third brother also attacked, waving a hammer forged from Shenyuan sky gold in his hand. A thumb-sized piece of Shenyuan sky gold was already as heavy as 10,000 Jun, let alone this entire hammer, which was forged from Shenyuan sky gold. With a single strike, one would be smashed into a meat patty, no matter how strong one's physical body was. The third brother of the 8 celestial demon steeds was born with monstrous strength, which was why he could wield this incredibly heavy Shenyuan sky gold hammer. Boom! With a single strike, the ground ahead shook. If it weren't for the special ceiling formation patterns here, the entire valley would definitely collapse. You want to compete with me in physical strength? Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. In the younger generation of the celestial realm, if Jun Xiaoyao said that his physical body was second, then no one would dare to say that they were first. The torrential qi turned into a blood-red dragon and rushed out of Jun Xiaoyao's body. Not to mention the power of the Sumer world. Just the sacred body of the ancients and the immortal celestial body of the great Luo were enough to burst out with shocking power. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao punched out, and the third brother was sent flying again. It was at this critical juncture. A terrifying arrow pierced through the void and shot directly toward Jun Xiaoyao's head. However, there was a clang. An immortal sword flashed past and deflected the arrow. Ling Yan was holding a long sword that was surging with divine qi and spiritual light. She looked like an otherworldly, beautiful female sword immortal. How dare you ignore me? Ling Yan was cold as she waved the sword. Sword qi appeared one after another, cutting through the void with terrifying power. One of the 5 great divine techniques, the immortal tribulation sword technique. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The so-called 5 great divine techniques of the sword Dao were the immortal slayer sword technique, the primitive emperor sword technique, the grass symbol sword technique, the immortal tribulation sword technique, and the heaven cleaving technique. Jun Xiaoyao had already learned 3 of the 5 great divine techniques. It was rumored that if one could gather the 5 great divine techniques and master them, it was possible to evolve the supreme sword technique and comprehend the essence of the sword Dao. At this moment, Ling Yan used the immortal tribulation sword technique. She was really like a female sword immortal who killed decisively. She was peerless and valiant. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to delay. He flipped his hand and took out the great, desolate halberd. He swept out with the halberd. The surging killing intent turned into rolling waves and swept out with the dazzling halberd light. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan. The 2 of them were of the highest status and strongest younger generation in the mystic realm. At this moment, they joined forces and used their ultimate techniques. That kind of power could be imagined. Even the famous 4 heavenly demon riders of the foreign realm could not bear it. They all coughed up blood and looked shocked. Seeds, both of you are seeds. The 4th brother roared, his face twisted. Chapter 854. When Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan displayed their true strength, only then did the 4 heavenly demon cavalry know what kind of people they were. They were definitely seed-level prodigies of the celestial realm. Even if they were to face such people, they would most likely be in trouble. Only the top king clan prodigies of the foreign realm or the 10 heavenly kings of the younger generation might be able to deal with such existences. 2 seed-level figures actually appeared at once. Old Four's expression was a bit ugly. If the 8 heavenly demon cavalry were all here, they might be able to deal with a seed-level prodigy of the celestial realm. But now, 4 of the 8 heavenly demon cavalry were already dead. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the great desolate halberd burst out with sharp halberd light. Its killing power was shocking, shaking the void as it slashed towards Old Four. Seeing this, Ling Yan also held the immortal spirit sword in his hand and swept it out. Sword light surged, filling the surroundings. The entire valley was filled with snow-white sword light. Before those seed-level prodigies, buried in history, appeared in the world. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan were almost the representatives of the celestial realm's top prodigies. At this moment, the two of them joined forces, so there was no need to say more about their power. Kill! The 4 heavenly demon cavalry also roared. The silver heavenly wolf, golden-eyed lion king, and other ferocious beasts under them also roared and pounced towards Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan. The scene was chaotic. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. His blood surged into the sky, and his magic power burst out. He stepped on the Kuan Pong and activated the power of his saint physique. He directly landed in front of Old Four and slashed down with the great desolate halberd. Heavenly demon roar. Old Four shouted fiercely, and his entire body erupted with rolling demonic energy. All kinds of killing curses were branded in the void, colliding with Jun Xiaoyao. Pucci! However, under this collision, the great desolate halberd directly shattered Old Four's weapon, the Wolf Fong iron staff. As the metal fragments flew, Old Four's heavy armor was pierced through, and blood flowed out. Jun Xiaoyao flipped his hand, and the great desolate halberd swept out, cutting off Old Four's head. The destructive power contained within it crushed his primordial spirit into pieces. 4. The eyes of the other 3 almost popped out of their sockets. Even the boss could no longer sit still. After pouring his vigorous magic power into the seal-breaking jade talisman, he turned around and charged towards Jun Xiaoyao on his ferocious beast. He took out a trident that also gave off the aura of a quasi-emperor weapon. Pay for my brother's life. The leader of the sky demon 8 steeds let out a thunderous roar. The human-beast unity technique charged towards Jun Xiaoyao. This was a special secret technique that allowed him to integrate the power of his mount into his own body. The power of the ferocious beast he was riding merged into his boss's body, allowing his attacks to be unstoppable. The trident carried with it a shocking amount of power. Like the howling wind and the rumbling thunder, it pierced through space. This move could even severely injure a holy lord. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the Sumeru world. The cells in his body were like small worlds, colliding with each other. Monstrous divine power surged out. His halberd of desolation swept across, destroying everything in its path. It had the power to split the heavens and split the earth. Boom! A shocking collision erupted. Magic power rippled in all directions. The sound of metal colliding was like the sound of a weapon refinement room in the heavenly realm. It was extremely ear-piercing. Under such a collision, the leader of the Sky Demon 8 Steeds had a look of shock on his face. He only felt as if he was facing a primordial god. Boundless power was like layers of worlds crushing down on him. Crack! A loud sound came from the leader's arm. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. His physical body couldn't withstand a single move from Jun Xiaoyao. Bang! The trident-holding arm of the leader of the Sky Demon 8 Steeds exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Leader! The second and third leaders were extremely shocked. Among the Sky Demon 8 Steeds, the leader was the strongest. Even if he was alone, he was definitely a top prodigy of the foreign domain. But now he couldn't even withstand a single move from the white-robed man. Even if he was a seed-level character, he was too terrifying. You. Who exactly are you? Under the helmet, the leader's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. His strength, among the foreign domain's younger generation, couldn't be said to be at the top, but it was above average. Remember, the one who sent you to the Yellow Springs is Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. The great desolate halberd in his hand hacked out again. After hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the remaining 3 Sky Demon Steeds' minds buzzed. Jun Xiaoyao, You are from the immortal domains, June family." The three of them couldn't help but cry out in alarm, carrying expressions of extreme shock. It was because the immortal domains June family was too famous in the foreign domain. Even now, in the foreign domain, there was still a poem that was passed down. Great generals should not be restrained. Great armies avoid the white robe. This white robe was referring to the white robe divine King Jun Wuhui. Apart from Jun Wuhui, the great generals under his command, as well as some other experts from the Jun family, also established a great reputation for themselves in the foreign domain. It could be said that when the foreign domain's creatures heard the name of the Jun family, if they didn't immediately scatter, they would at least panic. Right now, the three sky demon steeds were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect their luck to be so bad, actually encountering someone from the Jun family. Moreover, the familiar white clothes in front of them made it hard for them not to associate it with the white robe divine king. Then, who is that white robe god of slaughter to you? Old Third's eyes were filled with extreme fear. It seems that my father is quite famous in the foreign domain. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. It was a cold smile. Damn it! The three sky demon steeds cursed inwardly, their fighting spirit about to collapse. It was actually the descendant of the white robe god of slaughter. The three sky demon steeds lost their fighting spirit and were already thinking about how to retreat. However, Jun Xiaoyao obviously wouldn't give them the chance. The great desolate halberd swept out. The halberd blade cut through the void, and vast magical power splashed out like a storm. Pucci! Blood spurted out. Old Third's body was split open by Jun Xiaoyao's halberd. On the side, Ling Yan was not to be outdone. She held the immortal spirit sword in her hand, and vast sword light surged. She definitely didn't expect that there would be a day when she would join forces with Jun Xiaoyao, and it felt pretty good. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao was the emperor who swept across the world, and she was the empress who reigned supreme over the world. The most powerful man was matched with the most noble woman. Perfect! Why would I have such thoughts? Ling Yin came to her senses and was secretly angry. As if to divert attention, she held the immortal spirit's sword in her hand and attacked again. In just a moment, the remaining three sky demon steeds were killed by Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan together. It could only be said that the 8 sky demon steeds were unlucky to encounter these two top figures. However, at this moment, a faint cracking sound suddenly rang out. Not good! Jun Xiaoyao came to his senses. The seal-breaking jade talisman emitted an unprecedented light. Cracks began to spread on the surface of the lotus stone sculpture, and in the blink of an eye, they spread out. The entire lotus flower sculpture instantly became like a cracked porcelain. It was accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The stone sculpture was completely shattered. A beautiful pink lotus flower that was branded with supreme runes quietly bloomed. It was the pink lotus of lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. The divine obsession has broken the seal. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan's hearts sank at the same time. Chapter 855. Divine obsessions were the indestructible obsessions left behind by powerhouses above the great emperor level. Generally speaking, every time a divine obsessions broke the seal, it would cause a catastrophe. After all, most of these divine obsessions were evil thoughts, the negative emotions of the great emperor-level powerhouses. When they were alive, the great emperor-level powerhouses could suppress their negative emotions. But after they died, the negative emotions would erupt, forming a brutal divine obsessions. Of course, there were some peaceful divine obsessions that even had a trace of kindness left. But there were too few of those divine obsessions. At least the 7 sins divine obsessions in the world of the ruins of God were not of that type. At this moment, the lotus stone sculpture shattered. A beautiful pink lotus was suspended in midair. A terrifying pressure that was enough to suffocate people poured out in all directions. Ling Yuan only felt an aura that was so strong that it made her feel despair explode out. In front of this aura, even someone as proud as her felt that she had become an ant and dust in an instant. This was no longer an existence on the same level. Is this the aura of the God Emperor's remnant? Ling Yan's face was as pale as paper, and even her breathing was a little uneven. Under the pressure of this aura, she felt that she was incomparably small, and her heart was filled with despair. This was the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. The God Emperor was too strong. It had become a mythical existence. Even if it was just a wisp of aura released by the remnant divine obsessions, it was enough to crush a supreme being in an instant. Am I going to die here? Ling Yan couldn't help but think to herself. She and Jun Xiaoyao had no power to resist in front of this divine obsessions. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Jun Xiaoyao. But what surprised her was that Jun Xiaoyao stood tall and straight, and there was not a trace of emotion on his handsome face. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. In this desperate situation, Jun Xiaoyao's face still did not show any despair. He just frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. For some reason, Ling Yuan leaned against Jun Xiaoyao's back as if she was possessed by some supernatural force. Yes, Ling Yan was noble and proud. However, no matter how cold and domineering she was still a woman. In such a desperate situation, one would instinctively look for someone to rely on. Jun Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, the most solid support he could rely on. He had always been able to give women a sense of security. Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel anything when he felt a soft body leaning against his back. Right now, his attention was focused on the pink lotus flower. The will of the 7 sins god represented the 7 original sins. The pink lotus of joy in front of him undoubtedly represented lust of the 7 deadly sins. Accompanied by bursts of light, a blurry and slender figure appeared from the pink lotus. That figure was shrouded in a hazy radiance, his long hair hanging down to his ankles. His face was blurry, like a god standing in the river of time. Jun Xiaoyao knew that the Lotus Emperor had no gender, due to the fact that its true form was a primal chaos green lotus. There was simply no distinction between male and female after it took human form. How many years has it been? A faint sigh came from the blurry figure. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female, but it made one's mind waver. The aura of this blurry figure was so powerful that it was simply above the heavens. Even Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he was suffocating at the moment. Under such circumstances, ordinary geniuses would definitely have a shaky Tao heart and feel that they were even more insignificant than dust. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel that way. He was confident that as long as he was given time, he could also surpass the mythical arch. Rumble. The blurry figure glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan indifferently. Its eyes were extremely indifferent. It was about to destroy Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan with a casual point of its finger. Ling Yan leaned behind Jun Xiaoyao, gritting her teeth and preparing to use her trump card. Jun Xiaoyao also raised his mind and prepared to use his ultimate move. He didn't have the habit of waiting for death. At this moment, strands of law, runes, suddenly descended from the void. Like shackles, they imprison the divine obsession. It's the law that Emperor Qing left behind in the world of the ruins of God. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. In the world of the ruins of God, only quasi-supreme masters were allowed to appear. The aura of this divine obsession had obviously surpassed that of a quasi-supreme master, so it attracted the law restriction of the world of the ruins of God. Under the restriction of the law shackles, the aura of this divine obsession dropped sharply. In the end, it reached the level of a quasi-supreme master. But even so, the power of this god obsession was much, much stronger than the snake yiksha and the other pseudo-supremes. As the finger fell, even with the powerful physique of Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients, he felt like he was about to be crushed. Jun Xiaoyao took out the myriad qi cauldron. The thick and simple cauldron was the strongest defense. Clang! A sound like the morning bell and evening drum sounded. The divine obsession pointed at the myriad chi cauldron. The rebounding force was so powerful that he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The chi and blood within his body were boiling, and his bones were making cracking noises. Ling Yan, who was next to him, was also forced back. But because Jun Xiaoyao blocked it, she only suffered some minor injuries. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The divine obsession stood on the pink lotus of joy, and the lotus crossed the void. This is a bit troublesome, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. A single divine obsession was already so troublesome. It was almost invincible in the world of the ruins of God. If all 7 of them attacked together, no one would be able to stop it. In the end, if they merged and formed an evil divine obsession, even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to resist. Right now, this divine obsession was about to attack again. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. In Jun Xiaoyao's spring of life, the simple lotus seed in the spring of life in his inner universe trembled violently. The rippling splendor was cleansing, and all kinds of mysterious and simple formations appeared from the lotus seed. The divine obsession seemed to have sensed something, and its figure suddenly stopped. Then the divine will looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a deep gaze. The gaze contained a faint trace of fear, as if it was worried about something. You will forever sink into desire, the divine obsession said. As these words fell, the divine obsession raised its hand and snapped its fingers. In an instant, all the Valentine's flowers in the entire valley bloomed at almost the same time. Countless pink pollen formed a pink mist that pervaded the space. One day of the Valentine's flowers, 1,000 years of yearning. One flower could make people sink into it, not to mention the Valentine's flowers that covered the mountains and plains. Even a true supreme expert would be lost here, lose his mind, and forever sink into the illusion of desire. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan were instantly submerged in the thick pink mist. Seeing this, the divine obsession stepped on the pink lotus of joy and left this space. This divine obsession had more important things to do, and that was to combine the 7 divine obsessions. And in the pink mist of the Valentine's flowers, Jun Xiaoyao felt that his physical body and primordial spirit were being eroded, and he began to feel dizzy. At the same time, a desire emerged. But fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was abnormally strong, and even some true supreme experts couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao, so he could hold on a little longer. In addition, the simple lotus seed in his inner universe also emitted a faint breath of fresh air that helped Jun Xiaoyao to wake up. So Jun Xiaoyao could still keep his mind clear for the time being. I must refine the hell soul demonic flower and strengthen my primordial spirit. Only then can I get rid of it. Jun Xiaoyao thought and prepared to take out the hell soul demonic flower to refine. At this moment, a soft gasp made Jun Xiaoyao raise his eyebrows. Ling Yan, who was leaning behind him, stretched out her jade-white arms and hugged Jun Xiaoyao. What do you want to do? Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Chapter 856. At this moment, Ling Yan's snow-white skin had a layer of pink and bright red. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, cold and seductive. Her red lips were slightly opened, and her breath was like orchids. Jun Xiaoyao was because of his 3 primordial spirits and the ancient lotus seed. Therefore, he could temporarily resist the erosion of the lover's flower mist. But Ling Yan was different. Perhaps her primordial spirit was not much weaker than Jun Xiaoyao's, but she did not have the lotus seed. In addition, she had experienced 100 lives of ill-fated fate with Jun Xiaoyao in the sea of reincarnation. It was like an explosive. It only needed a spark to detonate it. And now, the mist of the lover's flower was undoubtedly a raging fire. It was the unforgettable love that she had experienced with Jun Xiaoyao in the reincarnation. At this moment, it gushed into Ling Yan's heart like a geyser. In addition, She had been subtly influenced by the fairy kite, so it was even more difficult to resist. No, I won't, Ling Yen struggled, trying to control her actions. Her delicate and peerless snow-white face had a conflicted expression. This consort will definitely not. Ling Yan's phoenix-like eyes stared fixedly at the white-robed figure sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of her. Jun Xiaoyao could only barely ensure that his soul was clear and did not fall into the eternal abyss. How could he spare the energy to care about Ling Yan? More and more illusions appeared in front of Ling Yan's eyes. In a certain life of reincarnation, she was a cursed loner. Jun Xiaoyao was a peerless immortal master in white. When the two of them met, Ling Yan was destined to fall for him. Jun Xiaoyao took her in as his disciple and became the white moonlight in her heart. But in the end, Jun Xiaoyao chose the common people between the world and her. In that life, she hated him to the extreme, but she also loved him to the extreme. In a certain life, she was a woman waiting for the return of the major general in white. In the end, she waited for him to return, but she did not see him return. In one life, she was a little peach demon, and Jun Xiaoyao was the young master of a demon-slaying family. They had agreed to go through a myriad of trials and tribulations together, but in the end, it was Jun Xiaoyao who killed her with his own sword. In short, every life was unforgettable. If it were any other woman, even if they had experienced a lifetime, they would remember it forever. Not to mention the love of 100 generations. That was like carving a knife into his heart. In addition, there was also the mist emitted by the countless Valentine's flowers. Ling Yan couldn't resist it any longer. Although she tried her best to keep her mind clear, her head was getting heavier and heavier. A single flower was enough to make people lose themselves in it. There were more than 10 million Valentine's flowers in this place. At the same time, all nuns had to return to the secular world. In the end, Ling Yuan looked at Jun Xiaoyao. She could no longer hide the dazed look in her eyes. She slowly walked towards Jun Xiaoyao. Her perfect figure began to show. His muscles and bones were like jade, glistening like snow, suffused with an exquisite and flawless luster, like porcelain. The word Jun was particularly eye-catching on her snow-white thigh. Jun Xiaoyao looked at her calmly. As the most honorable and admired young empress of the Xian Ting in the 9 heavens immortal realm. At this moment, Ling Yan was very proactive. She took off her clothes. She had completely fallen into the trap. No, perhaps some hidden things had taken advantage of this opportunity to be activated. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have a good time. That was because his will had to be firmer. Otherwise, if he was completely lost too, he and Ling Yan would never be able to leave this place. As for Meng Zhan and the others, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't count on them either. No one knew what was going on outside. Jun Xiaoyao continued to refine the hell soul demon flowers. Ling Yan kept disturbing him. She was restless. "Don't disturb me." Jun Xiaoyao smacked him down with a loud smack. He wasn't a moralist, nor was he Liu Xiaohui, who was unperturbed. However, under the current circumstances, he really wasn't in the mood to enjoy the coquettish actions of a princess. Not to mention that this princess was his opponent and enemy. A red palm print appeared on the ground. Ling Yan frowned slightly and let out a pleasant sigh. This? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly startled. He seemed to have discovered this cold princess's unknown quirk. Ling Yan continued to harass him. Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to knock Ling Yan out with a karate chop. Jun Xiaoyao could finally refine the hell soul demon flowers in peace. Finally, a few days later, along with a powerful soul fluctuation, Jun Xiaoyao felt the power of his soul surging in his mind. His primordial spirit was a lot stronger. Although it hadn't reached the eternal sand level, it was already much stronger than before. If he had to describe it, it was probably at the level of lesser perfection of the boundless level. In addition, the ancient lotus seed in Jun Xiaoyao's body had already overflowed with a lot of clear qi. Jun Xiaoyao could finally not be affected by this place. It could be said that if it were anyone else, it would be difficult to escape from this place and would completely sink. Next, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ling Yan, who was lying on the ground. Ling Yan seemed to have had some strange dream. Her face was very red, and her red lips were unconsciously muttering Jun Xiaoyao's name. From the looks of it, in Ling Yan's dream, she should have some kind of pure and beautiful connection with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. To be honest, he could abandon Ling Yan and let her sink here. However, this would also affect Fairy Yuan, and she would not be able to obtain true freedom. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's plan still needed the 7 rebellious emperors. Ling Yan was an important part of the 7 rebellious emperors, and he still needed her as a tool. Nothing could happen to her for the time being. You're lucky. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly and pointed at Ling Yan's forehead. He used his primordial spirit and dermic powers to cleanse the lover's pollen in her body. At the same time, the clear qi emitted by the ancient lotus seed was also transmitted into Ling Yan's body. Gradually, Ling Yan's rosy and tender skin slowly turned back to white. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Yan's long and black eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes. Her first reaction was confusion and confusion. Her second reaction was to recall the scene in her dream. Her beautiful face instantly turned red like fire, and at the same time she couldn't believe it. It was a pleasant dream, but why was it a nightmare when she recalled it after waking up? Her third reaction was when Ling Yan realized that she was naked. Her fourth reaction was when Jun Xiaoyao stood in front of Ling Yan and looked at her with a calm expression. Boom! Ling Yan felt as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring in her head at the same time. She was a little dizzy, and her expression was blank as if she had been possessed. What kind of nightmare had she experienced? You're still looking? Ling Yan hurriedly took out a long dress from her spatial artifact and was about to cover herself. However, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her butt. It was a bright, red handprint. Ling Yan's mind went blank again. Had she been spanked? I didn't expect the young emperor of the rebellious emperors to have such a special hobby. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold and mocking. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm going to kill you. Ling Yuan changed into a glazed dress and gritted her teeth. She was so embarrassed that she charged at Jun Xiaoyao with her sword. Chapter 857. The sharp blade was pointed at Jun Xiaoyao's forehead. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. Swoosh! In the end, the blade stopped 3 inches away from Jun Xiaoyao's forehead. Ling Yan's delicate hands trembled slightly. An indescribable feeling made her extremely conflicted. Anger, shame, hatred, confusion. All kinds of emotions were rolling in Ling Yan's heart. Her heart had never been in such a mess. Ling Yuan had always been cold and aloof. She was high and mighty. In her opinion, supreme power and the peak of cultivation were the things she should pursue. Other than that, nothing else mattered. Even love, which was very important to women, was the same. Because of this, she could ignore Gu Tizi's pursuit and even scoff at it. But now this man, who was her fated enemy, had such a complicated entanglement with her. For the first time, Ling Yan's heart was at a loss. However, just as Ling Yan was feeling conflicted, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger and broke the immortal spirit sword. At the same time, he said coldly, Ling Yan, remember, don't play the chaste woman in front of the Son of God. So what? Do you want to dig out the eyes of the Son of God? Jun Xiaoyao was not a lowly protagonist. For example, if he accidentally saw the so-called goddess naked, the goddess would be so embarrassed that she would dig out his eyes. Then the protagonist would instantly become a bootlicker and try his best to win the heart of the goddess. For Jun Xiaoyao, it was already an honor to be seen by him. So what if Ling Yan was noble? Even someone like Long Yao, or was only worthy of being a bitch at his feet? Hearing this, Ling Yan was so ashamed and angry that her delicate body trembled. He had seen her naked. and she had been spanked. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao looked like the victim. Who was the one at a disadvantage? Ling Yan suddenly felt extremely wronged. No matter how strong and cold she was still a woman. She would definitely feel wronged if she encountered such a situation. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, "Don't feel wronged. At least I saved your life. Otherwise, you would have been trapped in a dream forever." Hearing this, Ling Yan once again recalled the scene in her dream, and her pretty face couldn't help but heat up. This dream must not be known to Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan took a few deep breaths and calmed down for the time being. Indeed, although Ling Yan felt ashamed and indignant, he still felt humiliated. However, she could not possibly stay here and fight to the death with Jun Xiaoyao. That was unrealistic. After a period of silence, Ling Yan's expression became complicated. She suddenly asked, "Are you really doing this to save me?" Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently, "Of course not. I'm doing this for the sake of Fairy Yuan." "So, you saved this consort because of Fairy Yuan?" Ling Yan asked. Otherwise, Ling Yan felt an inexplicable anger rising in her heart. Inexplicably, she felt even more irritable. There seemed to be a kind of sour aura pervading the bottom of her heart. Saving her for another woman, what was this? What did Jun Xiaoyao take her for? Fairy Yuan's accessory? Tomorrow's female kite was her accessory. Seeing Ling Yan's expression, Jun Xiaoyao sneered and said, "Ling Yan, you don't really think that this son of God will be so kind as to save you sincerely, do you?" "I'm not that naive." Ling Yan's expression was cold. She turned around and no longer looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. In front of ordinary people, this princess was incomparably cold. In front of him, she was a dead tsundra. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Ling Yan and turned around to leave this space. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest intention to pay attention to her, Ling Yan bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She really wanted to bite Jun Xiaoyao. However, although she was angry, Ling Yan still followed behind Jun Xiaoyao and left together. There was a fluctuation in the space. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan appeared on the altar under the ancestral vein. They didn't find the figures of Meng Zhan and the heavenly demon royal clan, quasi-supreme. The two followed the passage and returned to the immortal source, ancestral vein. Looking around, there were many corpses on the ground. There were foreign creatures, and also the Meng family's team. All the corpses were shaken into a ball of bloody foam. It should be the pressure emitted when the god chanted, directly killing all the surrounding creatures. Jun Xiaoyao guessed. At this time, a figure staggered over from the mountain range in the distance. It was Meng Zhan. At this moment, Meng Zhan was covered in wounds and bleeding. However, his expression was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. He said, "Son of God, princess, you are still alive. This is great." When the god chanted, Meng Zhan thought that Jun Xiaoyao and the others might have been killed. He didn't expect that they could escape alive. "We were just lucky," Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He also had a guess in his heart that the god's obsession didn't attack him. It should be related to the lotus seed in the spring of life. Meng Zhan looked at Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan and found that they didn't have any injuries. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The only thing that made Meng Zhan's gaze a little strange was Ling Yan seemed a little strange. Her face was rosy and her skin was still bright red, but her expression was cold. She looked like a little wife who was angry after being bullied. Meng Zhan looked back at Jun Xiaoyao and couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. Could it be that the two of them had developed some wonderful relationship under extreme life and death situations? With that thought in mind, Meng Zhan looked at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes that were filled with the admiration of a man. After all, Jun Xiaoyao could conquer even his sworn enemy. His way of dealing with women was too amazing. Jun Xiaoyao directly ignored the admiration in Meng Zhan's eyes and asked, "Captain, the situation here is—" "Oh, it's like this. then Meng Zhan told Jun Xiaoyao some things outside. For example, when he was fighting with the heavenly demon royal clan Quasi-Supreme under the ancestral vein, he sensed a terrifying aura. He immediately understood that the god's obsession should have broken the seal. Then they retreated at the same time. After that, the god's obsession appeared, and its aura alone killed a large number of creatures. The god's obsession didn't deliberately kill, but left directly. Seeing that the god's obsession left, the remaining heavenly demon royal clan experts and other creatures also retreated, as if to report the situation. Meng Zhan also retreated with the remaining members to heal their injuries. He was just about to go look for Jun Xiaoyao after he had recovered from his injuries. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to come out directly. I see. Jun Xiaoyao understood. The god's obsession either went to meet up with the other god's obsessions or went to where the Tree of World was. Because if the god's obsession wanted to break through the entire world of the divine ruins, it couldn't do without the Tree of World. And that was Jun Xiaoyao's opportunity. What's the Son of God's plan next? Meng Zhan asked. Jun Xiaoyao was now the backbone of this team. His ability was obvious to all. It was amazing that he could even survive the god's obsession. Since the god's obsession has broken the seal, we can only look for other god's obsessions. But you are all injured, so you should rest here first. As for me, I am quite interested in the immortal source, ancestral vein, Jun Xiaoyao said. Meng Zhan nodded slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's contribution was the greatest. It was understandable that he wanted the immortal source, ancestral vein. You want the immortal source, ancestral vein for yourself? Ling Yan suddenly asked. Why? You have a problem with that? Don't forget who gave you your life. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Ling Yuan was speechless, and her exquisite face flushed red with shame and indignation. Meng Zhan looked at the two of them and thought to himself, just as I thought. Two immortal power successors who were supposed to be at each other's throats actually had such sparks. Wonderful, such a big immortal source ancestral vein. Be careful not to choke you to death. Ling Yin crossed her arms in front of her chest and said coldly, Young Emperor Ling Yan, you don't have to worry about that. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He raised his hand and a vast amount of dermic power surged. The god-engulfing demonic technique was used, and a strong suction force pulled the entire immortal source ancestral vein from the ground. Then, under Ling Yan's surprised gaze, Jun Xiaoyao absorbed it into his body. Chapter 858. The entire immortal source, ancestral meridian, was extracted. The entire planet began to tremble like a magnitude 18 earthquake. Countless cracks spread across the land. The surface of the planet was instantly filled with cracks. After the ancestral meridian was extracted, it left behind a huge crack that looked like an abyss. At the same time, the spirit chi in this star field began to dissipate and drop rapidly. The extraction of the ancestral meridian was like the source of water being blocked. The spirit chi naturally began to deplete and eventually dissipated completely. You put the immortal source, ancestral meridian, into a spatial artifact? Ling Yan's red lips opened slightly in surprise. An immortal source, ancestral meridian that looked like an ancient dragon couldn't be stored in an ordinary artifact, right? It wasn't that Ling Yan was ignorant and didn't know about the inner universe. It was that Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was only at the Great Sage Realm. Ling Yan couldn't have imagined that Jun Xiaoyao had an inner universe. And if Jun Xiaoyao wanted to conceal his aura and hide it, outsiders would definitely not be able to detect the inner universe fluctuations in Jun Xiaoyao's body. Meng Zhan was also a little shocked. Then he thought of something, but he subconsciously denied it, because even he, a quasi-supreme, hadn't cultivated an inner universe. He didn't even have an embryonic form. It should be some ancient spatial artifact, Meng Zhan thought to himself. Ling Yan was already speechless. She could only sit cross-legged on the side and close her eyes to adjust her breathing. Jun Xiaoyao took out some top-grade healing pills for Meng Zhan. Captain, you guys recover first. We'll set off when the time comes, Jun Xiaoyao said. Thank you, son of God, Meng Zhan said gratefully. Then he and the group of injured people began to adjust their breathing. It was necessary to recover from their injuries. Otherwise, they would die faster if they fought the foreign creatures with injuries. After Meng Zhan left, Jun Xiaoyao was deep in thought. At first, he did want to complete the mission and destroy the foreign creature's plan to unseal the divine obsession. But now it seemed that if he wanted to get the world tree in the depths of the divine ruins, he still needed the help of the divine obsession, because it was difficult for them to break the seal left behind by the Azure Arch, not to mention obtaining the world tree. Jun Xiaoyao had an idea before. He wanted to let the gods break the seal and then break the seal of the world tree. This idea was indeed crazy. If they were not careful, the ruins of God world would collapse, and the border would also usher in a great calamity. Logically speaking, Jun Xiaoyao shouldn't have had such thoughts. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not a hero, but a formidable person. And don't forget, Jun Xiaoyao still has the lotus seed. He had a vague feeling that the lotus seed was left behind by the Azure Arch to deal with the divine obsession. It was just that it hadn't fully awakened yet. After soaking in the spring of life, it should finally manifest some kind of ability. This plan is like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. If we aren't careful, we might lose everything. But it's worth a gamble. There was a trace of determination in Jun Xiaoyao's deep eyes. Sometimes one should have the courage to go all out. This way, the foreign creatures also became a part of Jun Xiaoyao's plan. At the moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be the chess player. The whole ruins of God was the chessboard. Meanwhile, the 7 emperors and the foreign creatures seemed to be his enemies, but they were actually his chess pieces. It could be said to be the biggest game Jun Xiaoyao had ever played since he started walking the ancient path. If he won, he would evolve completely. He might even be able to win the gamble against the heavens. However, if he lost, the consequences would be terrifying. Not only would it affect Jun Xiaoyao, it would also affect the border and the whole 9 heavens immortal realm. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was taking a huge gamble. There were no other young geniuses who were as bold and daring as Jun Xiaoyao. I should continue to improve my cultivation. Strength is the foundation of everything, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The immortal source and the ancestral vein had been absorbed into his inner universe. Jun Xiaoyao could use the formidable qi to improve his cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao immersed himself in his cultivation as well. If he could improve his strength, he would be more confident in his plan. Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in his cultivation. The other 6 teams were also searching for the location of the divine obsessions. There were also the remaining prodigies who had entered the world of the divine ruins. They also met the foreign creatures for the first time and began to fight. That being said, the battles were brutal. The whole ruins of God was filled with cries of agony. Meanwhile, somewhere in the ruins of God, a crimson-red battleship was traveling in the rift. It was surrounded by densely packed foreign creatures. A young man in a crimson-red feather robe was standing at the front of the battleship. He had a pair of crimson-red eyes, which seemed to be engulfed in a sea of flames. On his back was a pair of crimson-red wings, like 2 heavenly sabers. Behind him was a rare phenomenon of a sea of flames. Thousands of creatures were crying out in agony as they endured the pain of being burned by the flames. The man was none other than the young expert of the Crimson Owl tribe, Qi Lingkong. The Crimson Owls were an ominous bird that was born in a sea of flames. Rumors said that the experts of the Crimson Owl tribe were able to turn the world into a fiery hell. The Crimson Owl tribe used to be a top king tribe in the foreign realm. However, the Crimson Owl king had successfully advanced to become an immortal king. That was why the tribe ascended to the next level. As long as an immortal king appeared, the tribe they belonged to would become a half-emperor tribe. Of course, to become a true immortal emperor tribe, just having an immortal king was not enough. They had to have all kinds of deep foundations. At that moment, a group of foreign creatures stood in front of Chi Linkong. The one in the lead was the Sky Demon King, tribe's quasi-supreme. The June family of the immortal realm has finally appeared. Chi Linkong sneered. There were two young geniuses in the Crimson Owl tribe. One was Chi Linkong, and the other was his older brother, Chi Hongyu. Chi Hongyu was one of the leading figures of the foreign realm's younger generation. He had been cultivating in seclusion and did not come to the ruins of God. The sky demon 8 steeds have already fallen. It seems like this Jun Xiaoyao is as the information said, Chi Linkong muttered. Previously, when they entered the ruins of God, a few of the foreign realm's top young experts all obtained a set of information from the Foreign Realms Intelligence Organization. On it were recorded a few people that the immortal realm needed to pay attention to. The first one was precisely Jun Xiaoyao. The Jun family's current son of God, Sequence 0, was even more so a seed-level figure of the immortal realm's current generation. If those buried seeds did not appear, Jun Xiaoyao would be the undisputed number one, never tasting defeat until now. However, this way, defeating Jun Xiaoyao will be more interesting. I want to continue Lord Crimson Owl King's glory. Even without Big Brother taking action, I can sweep through the Jun family's younger generation. Chi Linkong's tone was extremely arrogant, or perhaps it could be said that the foreign creatures' personalities were mostly a bit domineering, full of battle intent. However, before that, we still need to go to another sealed land that has been discovered. Jun Xiaoyao later, I will personally kill him. Chi Linkong sneered. The Crimson Owl tribe wasn't the only half-emperor tribe that came to the ruins of God. It was to the extent that there might even be young great ones from the immortal emperor race coming later. Chi Linkong wanted to first kill the immortal realm's younger generation's most powerful expert, which was Jun Xiaoyao. From there, he would establish a great merit, allowing the Crimson Owl tribe's reputation to rise to another level. Chapter 859. The entire world of the ruins of God was in turmoil, and the sound of killing could be heard everywhere. This could be seen as a small border battlefield. The scale might not be the largest, but the cruelty was no less than that of the real war between the two worlds. However, overall, it seemed that the foreign realm had the upper hand. After all, their living environment was special, and their folklore was quite valiant. At the same level, one person could fight against several people from the immortal realm. The higher the race level, the stronger the strength. Moreover, the world of the ruins of God was currently in an open state. In other words, both sides would continue to send people in, until a result was produced. Otherwise, the divine would be completely unsealed and the entire world of the ruins of God would be broken open. Otherwise, the immortal realm would completely seal or destroy the divine will, completely eliminating the hidden dangers. Before that, the war would not stop. At this moment, outside the world of the ruins of God at the border, a young figure arrived at the place. The chaotic aura he emitted even made some of the guarding elders look at him in surprise. Hiss! That's the aura of the chaotic physique. How is that possible? Wasn't the most famous one buried in the door of chaos by a supreme existence? He shouldn't have been born yet. No, although there's the aura of the chaotic physique. It's far weaker than the chaotic physique. It's the postnatal chaotic physique. So it's the one from the Sun God Mountain. He actually succeeded. From time to time, the surprise discussions of some elders could be heard from the border. The chaotic physique was the strongest physique in the world. As long as it was born, it would sweep through the world and dominate the era. It was rumored that although Emperor Qing was not a chaotic physique, he had almost the same ability as the chaotic physique. This was because he was a green lotus born from the essence of chaos. In the end, Emperor Qing became a legendary emperor. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the chaotic physique would be. However, in the current era, there was no news of the birth of the chaotic physique. However, It was rumored that a certain chaotic physique seed was sealed in the door of chaos by a supreme existence. It was very likely that it would be born in this most brilliant era. It was precisely because of this that many people thought that Jun Xiaoyao was only temporarily invincible among the younger generation. Not to mention the other seeds. Just the birth of the chaotic physique was enough to sweep through the current era. If it was only the sacred body of the ancients, it would not be easy to fight against the chaotic physique. Even with the addition of the supreme being bone, it was hard to say. The acquired chaotic body is indeed incomparable to the true chaotic body. However, it is still very strong. Why do I feel a faint aura of death? Some of the veterans at the border looked at the 10 princes of Jinwu suspiciously. The aura of the 10 princes of Jinwu was much stronger than before. However, there was a faint death qi in his aura, which made people feel puzzled. Naturally, they did not know what method the 10 princes of Jinwu had used to cultivate the acquired chaotic body. At this moment, the 10 princes of Jinwu had also arrived outside the giant green lotus. His body trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear. Instead, it was excitement. The excitement of finally being able to take revenge with his own hands. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. This prince will find you soon. But I won't kill you that quickly. This prince wants everyone related to you to die in front of you. Your pain will be 1,000,000 times worse than mine. The gold and silver eyes of the 10 princes of Jinwu shot out a bone-deep hatred. He did not care about the overall situation of the immortal region or the foreign realm. He only wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Just as the 10 princes of Jinwu stood in front of the world of the divine ruins and wanted to express his feelings, a vast aura suddenly rose from the distance. A great path bridge, imprinted with all kinds of mysterious runes and marks of the great path of heaven and earth, suddenly extended from the distance. A figure stepped on the great path bridge. It seemed very far, but in the next moment it was right in front of them. The figure was shrouded in divine brilliance and could not be seen clearly. Vaguely, there was a faint aura of time permeating the air. It was as if he had walked from the past to the present. His aura was that of a quasi-supreme being, which just met the requirements to enter the world of the divine ruins. However, it gave people the feeling that this figure was not the original body. Which old antique is this? Even the 10 princes of Jinwu was a little stunned. He did not notice that he had just blocked the path of that figure. An indifferent gaze glanced at the 10 princes of Jinwu and then retracted. Inferior chaotic body, don't block the way. That figure waved his hand indifferently. Boom! The 10 princes of Jinwu was directly sent flying. The blood in his chest churned, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression was filled with extreme horror and shock. What shocked him was not only the cultivation of that figure. It was that in the glimpse just now he vaguely saw an extremely young and blurry face. If this figure was not an old monster who had regained his youth, then it was definitely a young person. But how could a young person have such terrifying strength? Almost in an instant, a word appeared in the 10 princes of Jinwu's mind. A seed-level prodigy. In addition, there was a faint aura of time around him. Without a doubt, this was a seed buried in ancient history that had awakened and headed to the world of the ruins of God. Not only was the 10 princes of Jinwu surprised, but some of the elders who were guarding the border were also extremely surprised. Hey, it's really a seed, but it's just a clone. It seems that the original body has not been completely born yet. A clone has the cultivation of a quasi-supreme. These seeds buried in the era are really terrifying. Although they are young, it's only relative. They are at least a few hundred years old. Of course, compared to people like us who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and barely reached the supremacy level, there are still too many monsters. Cultivators had a long lifespan. A few hundred years old could only be considered a youth and still belong to the younger generation. Jun Xiaoyao, who had cultivated to the great sage level in his 20s, was a monster. Even a seed-level prodigy could not compare to him. The era of seeds germinating has arrived. I wonder if Xiaoyao can hold the fort? The fourth master scar also sighed. The buried seeds had begun to germinate. The first thing to do after being born was, of course, to establish dominance. The best way to establish dominance was to find the strongest young prodigy of the generation to fight. And Jun Xiaoyao was almost universally recognized as the number one prodigy of the younger generation. Naturally, he would receive the greatest impact and test. The seed-level prodigy, shrouded in a blurry light, directly entered the world of the ruins of God. The 10 princes of Jinwu was left behind with a look of shock and indignation. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling as if his Tao heart was about to split open. He had thought that he could defeat Jun Xiaoyao and become the number one prodigy of the younger generation. In the end, a seed-level prodigy jumped out and injured him with a casual wave of his hand. It was more than just tragic. Who exactly is that seed-level prodigy? Which faction is he from? The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression was gloomy. Forget it. Revenge is the priority. After dealing with Jun Xiaoyao, I will cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. I will not be any worse than these seed-level prodigies. That seed-level prodigy actually dared to say that he had an inferior chaotic body. The 10 princes of Jinwu would remember this grudge. Chapter 860. The 10 princes of Jinwu and a mysterious seed-level figure entered the world of the ruins of God. However, it did not change the situation of the entire ruins of God fundamentally. The difference in power between the two worlds was too great, unless it was a true monster from the immortal realm. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, in a one-on-one battle, the immortal realm cultivators would definitely be weaker than the foreign creatures. In another ancient land that sealed the will of a god, a battle had already come to an end. The immortal realm team and the foreign creatures were almost completely wiped out. However, the seal had already been broken. Karmic flames surged out. In the raging karmic flames, a magnificent and resplendent red lotus appeared. On the red lotus stood a blurry figure that suppressed the heavens. An exceptionally powerful force appeared, which could simply destroy 10,000 worlds. However, what followed was the rules of the ruins of God. The chains of the energy grid bound that figure, limiting his aura to the quasi-supreme realm. However, it was still very terrifying. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared. He was dressed in an 8 trigrams robe, and his features were handsome. His figure was handsome, and his appearance was as divine as jade. 8 trigrams runes surrounded his body, and all kinds of strange phenomena rose and fell. The sun, moon, and stars surrounded his body. It was Gutizi. Just now, he deliberately found an excuse to chase after another prodigy from the foreign world and leave this place. It was so that he could carry out his plan in the end. And now his wish was fulfilled. The team he was in just happened to die together with the foreign creatures. Even if a few people survived, they had long been reduced to ashes by the pressure of the god's obsession. Only in this way could Gutizi's plan be completely carried out. And his plan was to let a god's obsession break the seal. Looking at the blurry figure standing on the red lotus in front of him, Gutizi was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a smile. One of the 7 sins God's obsessions, the red lotus of karmic fire that represents the original sin of anger. Its attack power and combat strength can be considered one of the best among the 7 sins God's obsessions. 7 different colored lotuses represented the 7 sins. For example, the pink lotus of joy that represented lust. Another example was the red karmic fire lotus that represented anger. The divine obsession, standing on the red lotus of karmic fire, glanced at Gutizi. It was as if he was looking at an ant. The finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, enough to crush everything. Even if a quasi-supreme was here, they would be severely injured and on the verge of death. Gutizi saw this and waved his hand confidently. An ancient tortoise shell appeared, engraved with ancient runes of the 8 trigrams. At the same time, Gu Tizi formed a series of hand seals and began to recite obscure and ancient characters. As he chanted, the tortoise shell began to glow. The ancient characters turned into shackle-like existences and landed on the god's obsession. It made him look like a god worshipped in a temple. This was Gu Tizi's ultimate move. Sutra of Extremity. This was an extremely ancient scripture that could be traced back to the primordial era. Even in the Fuxi immortal system, there was only a fragment of the Divine Sutra of Du left. The Divine Sutra of Du was used to purify divine intents. Rumors said that a complete Divine Sutra of Du could even purify the divine intents of heaven emperors. That being said, the Fuxi immortal system's Divine Sutra of Du was incomplete. As a matter of fact, it was difficult to find a complete Divine Sutra of Du even in the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. As such, the incomplete Divine Sutra of Du was unable to purify the divine intents of the seven sins. However, it was still possible to purify a single divine obsession. That being said, Gu Tizi could not keep purifying the divine intents with his cultivation. It could only be maintained for a certain period of time. Following this, Gu Tizi chanted the Divine Sutra of Du and offered the sacrificial item, which was the tortoise shell. It was an ancient artifact passed down from the Fuxi immortal system. Rumors said it was related to the deity who derived the 8 trigrams. It was extremely precious. In other words, in order to set up Jun Xiaoyao and obtain the heavenly Dao crown, Gu Tizi had put in a lot of effort. Regardless of whether he succeeded in the end, this tortoise shell would be completely destroyed. This is my only chance. As long as I succeed, everything will be under my control. Gu Tizi activated all the power in his body. The might of the Fuxi sacred physique manifested. Ancient 8 trigrams runes were imprinted in the starry sky, looking extremely sacred. Although Gu Tizi did not have any shocking battle achievements, no one would underestimate his strength. In the end, Gu Tizi exhausted all his strength and used up the tortoise shell that was related to deities. Finally, he managed to purify this divine intent. Of course, this was only temporary. Although I can't control it for too long, it is enough to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. At that time, I can borrow the power of the divine obsession. In front of this power, what is Jun Xiaoyao? Gu Tizi sneered. First killer move, 7 emperors united. Second killer move, 7 emperors immortal slaying formation. Third killer move, foreign domain encirclement. Fourth killer move, borrowing the power of the divine obsession to personally kill Jun Xiaoyao. This was Gu Tizi's perfect plan. The 7 emperors knew about the first 2 killer moves. He, Ling Yan, and Xian Yu knew about the 3rd killer move. As for the 4th killer move, even Ling Yan did not know about it. Only Gu Tizi knew about it. From this, it could be seen how scheming Gu Tizi was. He was extremely confident. Jun Xiaoyao, the trap has been set. How are you going to break out of this deadlock? Gu Tizi smiled. He was confident that he had everything under control. All he had to do was wait for Jun Xiaoyao to step into the trap. Jun Xiaoyao did not know about the 10 princes of Jinwu and the mysterious prodigy. He also did not know about Gu Tizi's plan. However, even if he knew, Jun Xiaoyao would not have much of a reaction, because this was also part of his plan. The foreign domain beings thought they were on the 2nd level. The rest of the 7 emperors thought they were on the 3rd level. Gu Tizi thought he was on the 4th level. As for Jun Xiaoyao was in the atmosphere. Time passed. On the ancient planet that had lost its immortal source, Jun Xiaoyao, who was in seclusion, broke through again. I've finally broken through to the sacred Lord stage. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. There was a huge bottleneck from the great sage stage to the sacred Lord stage. Even those monstrous prodigies needed to be well prepared before they could break through. However, Jun Xiaoyao broke through with the help of the immortal source. After reaching the sacred Lord stage, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he had a clearer understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He even had a deeper understanding of the rules of the world of divine ruins. In the past, it was like observing the rules of heaven and earth and the patterns of the great Tao through a layer of blurry glass. Now, it had become a transparent glass. If I break through to the 7th level of the supreme stage, then this glass can be completely broken and I can truly feel the rules of the flow of the great Tao. Jun Xiaoyao thought. The immortal source only provided him with the foundation to break through to the sacred Lord stage. If he wanted to break through to the supreme stage, he still needed the world tree. By then, he could use the power of the world tree to perfect his inner universe and break through. Jun Xiaoyao would definitely break the record and become the youngest 7th level supreme in history. It's time to come out of seclusion. It's time to see if the other gods have broken through the seal. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Even the 4th Master Scar would not have thought of this. He had placed all his hopes of stopping the foreign domain on Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao was slacking. Chapter 861. After breaking through to the Holy Lord realm, Jun Xiaoyao also felt that his strength had increased several times compared to before. Although it did not reach a qualitative change, it was still much, much stronger than before. This way, Jun Xiaoyao also had more confidence in his plan. Gutizi and the rest should also be done with their plans. Also, that person should also come to the divine ruins world. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. It looked like Jun Xiaoyao was the one being schemed against. Actually, it was him who was scheming everything. Jun Xiaoyao left the closed seclusion area. Meng Zhan and the rest also all rushed over when they sensed Jun Xiaoyao's aura. After this period of recuperation, their injuries were also more or less recovered. As for Ling Yan, she still had a cold, exquisite face. The moment she thought of the previous matter, she felt extremely ashamed and displeased in her heart. But she just could not do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. But what made Ling Yan most angry was not Jun Xiaoyao's humiliation of her. Instead, she actually already started to slowly adapt to this situation. This was the most terrifying. A subtle strategy was the most fatal. "No, your aura!" Ling Yan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, a hint of surprise flashing across her phoenix eyes. How long had it been in closed seclusion? Why did Jun Xiaoyao's aura become even more unfathomable again? Congratulations to Son of God for breaking through to the Holy Lord realm. Meng Zhan and the rest clasped their hands and said with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao did not deliberately conceal his aura, so Meng Zhan and the rest sensed it right away. Holy Lord realm. Ling Yan's eyes also secretly trembled. Only a few days had passed, and Jun Xiaoyao actually broke through to the Holy Lord realm. It's because of that immortal origin ancestral vein. But even with the immortal origin ancestral vein, it's also impossible to be so fast. Ling Yan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Jun Xiaoyao was once again at the forefront of the current generation of heavenly legends. Now, she increasingly felt that Gu Tizi's plan was flawed. Jun Xiaoyao's strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. Now that he had made another breakthrough, how strong would he become? He had to send a message to Gu Tizi. Ling Yan thought to herself. She looked up and saw Jun Xiaoyao looking at her with a playful gaze. Ling Yan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and avoided Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. That's not right. This consort and he are mortal enemies to begin with. Why would this consort feel guilty? Ling Yan reacted. It felt as if she had betrayed Jun Xiaoyao. However, she was clearly Jun Xiaoyao's sworn enemy. She couldn't wait for him to suffer, right? Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze and did not say anything. He did not deliberately conceal his aura, which proved that he did not care that Gu Tizi knew his cultivation level. Son of God, what should we do next? Meng Zhan asked. The entire team already completely followed Jun Xiaoyao's lead. Let's find the next sealed land. Jun Xiaoyao had already vaguely sensed the next sealed land through the lotus seed. It was in another star field. However, he did not go there to stop the gods from breaking the seal. He simply wanted to see the strength of the younger generation of the foreign world. If they were all like the 8 sky demon steeds, it would inevitably disappoint Jun Xiaoyao. We'll listen to Son of God. Meng Zhan nodded. Next, everyone rested for a while and continued to set off with Jun Xiaoyao. As for Ling Yan, she was at the end of the team. She secretly took out a communication crystal from her sleeve. Ling Yan knew that this was what she should do. However, for some reason, there was a trace of hesitation. Why should I care about that bastard? Anyway, he's destined to be killed by Gu Tizi. Ling Yan secretly gritted her teeth and sent a message over. However, to Ling Yan's surprise, Gu Tizi's reply was very calm, saying that there was no need to care. This Gu Tizi's reaction is actually so calm. Is he too confident in the 7 Emperors' immortal extermination formation? Or does he have other trump cards? Ling Yan was also an extremely intelligent woman. She immediately thought that Gu Tizi should still be hiding something. This Gu Tizi, if he gets the heavenly crown, he will definitely want to marry me again. Ling Yan frowned. For some reason, she was now more and more disgusted with the pursuit of Gu Tizi and the others. It should be said that she rejected all men's pursuit. However, Ling Yan subconsciously raised her head and looked at the slender figure in white walking at the front. She was silent for a moment. Because of the lotus seed, Jun Xiaoyao also locked onto the next sealed land. He directly led this team there. Along the way, they also encountered some scattered foreign teams and learned that the situation in that sealed land was currently very intense. At this moment, in another star field in the world of divine ruins, a terrifying, great battle erupted. There were densely packed figures fighting in this starry sky. Shouts of killing shook the heavens, magical power fluctuations shaking all directions. All kinds of stars and ancient stars were shattered, the fragments and dust drifting in the starry sky along with the waves of magical power. There were also many damaged corpses and broken limbs drifting about. Kill! We must break into that sealed land, kill the foreign quasi-supreme inside. Stop the divine from breaking the seal! An immortal domain, quasi-supreme, great knight, roared angrily. Hee, don't even think about it. Right now, you can't even protect yourselves. On the other side, a foreign quasi-supreme sneered. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The great knights at the border were fighting against the foreign quasi-supreme. The various prodigies below, as well as the border soldiers, were also fighting against the foreign creatures. Amit Ba, you creatures who have been tainted and eroded by darkness need to be converted. A young monk sat cross-legged on a white jade dragon elephant, a Buddhist halo appearing behind his head. His entire person was like a Buddha of the past, filled with an ancient reincarnation aura. It was the reincarnated Arhut Di. In his surroundings, there were shockingly a few foreign creatures who were fighting for him. This was a special expiation technique of the Buddhists. On the other side, there was underworld energy surging. A demonic figure in a black robe was among them, demonic chi handprints suppressing all directions. It was the Yama Emperor of the underworld, King Bloodline. You are all just merit points, the Yama Emperor said coldly. Apart from that, there was also a woman in a gorgeous dress. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance was flawless. There was a rain of great Tao flowers around her. Even in battle, she was like a beautiful female deity. She was one of the 2 prodigies of the Jun family's hidden bloodline, Jun Qingyan. She was also a supreme outlawed prodigy, and was in the same team as the reincarnated Arhut Di and the Yama Emperor. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for the immortal region. Splat! Blood splattered in the void. A green-robed man was killed. The young master of the Song family of the primordial era has fallen. Whoosh! Another man in a bright yellow robe was torn to pieces by the foreign creatures. He was a noble from the Jin dynasty of the Great Xia. Splat! A prodigy with a sword bone was killed. He was the successor of the Heavenly Mountains, Sword Sea. The entire situation was extremely cruel. Outlawed prodigies of the immortal region. There will be many rewards for killing you. A foreign royal prodigy, with a crack between his brows, sneered. He was a young prodigy of the Ghost Eye royal family. Rumor had it that once the third eye between his brows was opened, he could turn an entire world into a ghost realm. However, there will be strong reinforcements coming soon. We must kill them in advance, or the ducks in our mouths will fly away. Another young prodigy, who was hidden in the shadows, sneered. He was a prodigy of the Nether Shadow royal family. You all have a death wish. The Yama Emperor was furious. As a top prodigy of the immortal region, it was the first time he had been looked down upon like this. Oh, who is the one who has a death wish? A voice with a hint of playfulness sounded. A young man in a crimson feather robe arrived on the battlefield, like a bolt of red lightning. He blasted a palm toward the Yama Emperor. His cultivation was half a step into the divine lord realm, a boundary emperor prodigy. How is this possible? The Yama Emperor took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 862. Previously, when they entered the divine ruins world, they had been told that there should be a foreign king race, Heaven's Pride, appearing. However, they never expected that a half-emperor race, Heaven's Pride, would actually appear. Half-step Holy Lord Realm was also a level higher than Immortal Domain's Heaven's Pride. It's the Scarlet Owl race's Heaven's Pride, Qi Linkong. Scarlet Owl race, a former king race, a newly ascended half-emperor race. That Scarlet Owl king previously came to Desolate Border. When they saw who came, the foreign side's morale was greatly boosted, all of them revealing excited expressions. On the other hand, Immortal Domain side, some warriors' expressions were extremely ugly. Even a half-emperor race came. It was destined that they would not be kind today. Yama Emperor's expression was also ugly. Qi Linkong directly raised his hand to suppress him. Because it happened suddenly, Yama Emperor could only passively defend. Overflowing nether energy surged around his body, forming a barrier. However, a hint of a disdainful sneer hung from the corners of Qi Linkong's mouth. Crimson flames burning the heavens. Terrifying raging flames gushed out like a flame waterfall. Even the void was about to collapse. All types of fire, Dao, runes were imprinted in the void. Humph! A muffled groan sounded, and Yama Emperor was shaken until he continuously retreated. The nether energy around him was completely burned away. Damn it! Yama Emperor cursed inwardly. The Scarlet Owl race's fire Dao technique just happened to restrain him. Not to mention that Qi Linkong's realm was a level higher than his. So weak, not even a seed Heaven's Pride? Qi Linkong frowned when he saw this. Foreign bastard, don't be so arrogant. Yama Emperor's expression was ugly. He was Immortal Domain's supreme outlawed Heaven's Pride. How could he admit defeat? If news of this got back, he would lose all his face. When Qi Linkong heard this, his face sank. Immortal Domain's pigs, a group of ant-like weaklings. You have the courage to provoke me? Qi Linkong attacked again, the crimson wings on his back shaking. His figure was like a streak of red lightning, tearing through the void. He instantly rushed in front of Yama Emperor. Then the wings on his back slashed down like a crimson, heavenly blade, the void collapsing, crimson radiance surging. Yama Emperor did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Also using an extreme move, he formed a hand seal. Endless nether energy roiled, turning into a dark and deathly steel. This was the Nether King bloodline's famous steel hand. Rumble. It was as if 10,000 meteors had exploded. All types of symbols were dazzling as fluctuations swept through the boundless expanse. Under this collision, The Yama Emperor was actually shaken to the point of spitting out large mouthfuls of blood and retreating repeatedly. Qi Lingkong flapped his wings again, and 100,000 scarlet sword feathers fell from his body as he charged toward the Yama Emperor. It was like a dense, flaming meteor shower. The Yama Emperor could only barely block the attacks. His body was pierced through. "You're going too far." The Yama Emperor was enraged and began to recite the incantation. Suddenly, demonic qi filled the sky, as if the surroundings had turned into hell. The Yama Emperor had received the inheritance of a certain expert from the underworld. Although it was only a scripture, it was terrifying enough. Infernal prison scripture, dark demon realm. The Yama Emperor roared. Dark, dermic power surged out from under his feet like a tidal wave. Interesting, but that's all there is to it. Qi Lingkong revealed a hint of surprise, but overall he was very calm. He began to manifest the divine abilities and spells of the Scarlet Owl race. Behind him, a shocking phenomenon appeared. It was a boundless sea of fire. Tens of thousands of creatures were being burned, wailing, and then turned into ashes. The universe of the three realms is like a burning house, a burning hell. Qi Lingkong raised his hand and grabbed. A boundless sea of fire wrapped around the Yama Emperor like a curtain. Even his divine ability was wrapped within it. Refine. As soon as the word fell, the boundless sea of fire turned into a flaming prison, sealing the Yama Emperor within and refining him. Not good. On the immortal domain side, a Grand Knight's expression changed. It was fine if some of the weaker prodigies died. However, if a supreme outlawed prodigy died, then the loss would be great. Although these Grand Knights wanted to help, the foreign quasi-supreme naturally wouldn't give them the chance. An incomparably mournful howl came from the burning house prison. In just a moment, when the flames dissipated, not even ashes were left on the spot. The Yama Emperor's physical body and primordial spirit were burned into nothingness. Hiss! On the immortal domain side, some prodigies felt as if a basin of cold water was poured over their heads, and their entire bodies turned cold. The foreign quasi-emperor race's prodigies were so powerful. This time, the morale of the immortal domain was suppressed to the extreme. Qi Lingkong's gaze swept across and landed on Jun Qinyan, Jun family's people. There was a list of names on the foreign side, so Qi Lingkong naturally knew Jun Qinyan's identity. Jun Qinyan's jade face was cold, without the slightest bit of fear. "Haha, I like people from the Jun family. Lord Scarlet Owl King killed your Jun family's white-robed killing god, and I, Qi Lingkong, will also sweep through your Jun family's prodigies." Qi Lingkong's words shocked the immortal domain side. White-robed divine King Jun Wuhui was killed by the Scarlet Owl King. When this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, when everyone thought about it, the Scarlet Owl King was an immortal king after all. And Jun Wuhui, who was overseeing the foreign side, was only one of the 3 Pure One's clones. For the Scarlet Owl King to personally take action, it was enough to show how powerful Jun Wuhui was. Impudent! How could Uncle Wuhui be killed by the foreign king? Jun Qinyan shouted coldly. Although she was a hidden lineage's prodigy, she had always heard of the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui's heroic deeds. Dressed in white, the 3 Pure Ones suppressed the 3 great dangerous places and protected the 9 heavens' immortal domain. This kind of hero was someone Jun Qinyan worshipped. Therefore, she naturally could not tolerate Qi Lingkong's nonsense. "Haha, this is already the truth. What is the point of arguing? Do you really think the white-robed killing god is invincible? He is also human. He will also be killed." Qi Lingkong continued to provoke. On the immortal domain side, many warriors were furious. Jun Wuhui could be said to be the hero in many people's hearts. Heroes were not to be blasphemed. Impudent! Jun Qinyan's jade face was filled with anger, and she could not help but take action. This was something she should do as a member of the Jun family, although she was not confident that she could deal with Qi Lingkong. "Ha! You overestimate yourself. Then I will kill you first, and then Jun Xiaoyao." Qi Lingkong raised his hand, and fire runes filled the sky, forming a huge scarlet hand that slammed towards Jun Qingyan. Jun Qingyan was also a woman who was not inferior to men. As one of the two prodigies of the hidden lineage, her strength was not weaker than Jun Yinhuang. Jun Qingyan used her sword finger and cut open the scarlet rune hand. Qi Lingkong used the powerful move that killed the Yama Emperor. A sea of fire wrapped around Jun Qingyan like a curtain, and finally turned into a fiery prison, imprisoning her. Not good. On the immortal domain side, many people's expressions changed again. Was Jun Qingyan going to follow in the footsteps of the Yama Emperor? The immortal domain's second outlawed prodigy was going to die? Hee, is this all the Jun family's prodigies have? Qi Lingkong sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, the void suddenly shook and was torn apart. Even before he arrived, a giant hand made of intertwined runes slapped out of the torn space. Crack! A bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache burst out. Qi Lingkong screamed. Half of his body was crushed, and blood and bones were splattered everywhere. His internal organs had been shattered into meat paste. His entire person was extremely miserable and deformed. It was a horrible sight. Is this all the Scarlet Owl clan has? Chapter 863. This cold, mocking voice sounded, and it just happened to match Qi Lingkong's arrogant words from before. The entire star domain seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Many people could not help but stop what they were doing. This was especially the case on the other side. The foreign creatures' faces all carried expressions of horror, simply unable to believe what they were seeing. What did they just see? A Boundary Emperor prodigy was severely injured by a single attack. Although Qi Lingkong was not as powerful as his brother Qi Hongyu, he was still one of the top figures among the foreign realm's younger generation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Yama Emperor, a supreme outlawed prodigy. However, it was precisely this kind of top prodigy from the other side who was directly heavily injured by a single move. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the spatial crack. A white-robed figure with surging immortal light crossed over. It was Jun Xiaoyao. Behind him, Ling Yan, Meng Zhan, and the others followed closely. It's the Jun family's Son of God. The Son of God is here. As expected, I knew it. It must be the Jun family's Son of God. Only he has the ability to do this. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, the celestial realm's morale was greatly boosted. The cultivators wore excited looks on their faces. After all, they had been suppressed too much previously. Even a supreme outlawed prodigy had fallen. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival was undoubtedly a boost to their morale. "You're Jun Xiaoyao." Qi Lingkong's face was distorted as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn the world. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and consumed it. A majestic spiritual essence surged, preventing half of his body from disintegrating. Moreover, it began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his hand and slapped at the firehouse prison. Surging golden blood qi and monstrous dermic powers surged like a tide. The firehouse prison was directly smashed to pieces. Jun Qingyan's beautiful figure appeared. Her snow-white skin was slightly cracked, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Overall, there was no danger to his life. This was also because she had only been trapped for a short period of time. If she had been trapped for a little longer, it would be hard to say. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for saving me." Seeing Jun Xiaoyao retract his hand, Jun Qingyan also bowed solemnly. At the same time, there was a complicated look in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao clearly did not hold any grudges against the hidden lineage. However, the hidden lineage had such harsh requirements for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Qingyan could not help but feel indignant for Jun Xiaoyao. "It's fine. Let me handle this," Jun Xiaoyao said. He turned to look at Qi Lingkong. Qi Lingkong's expression was very ugly. It was not only because Jun Xiaoyao had injured him. It was also because he had just said that the Jun family was only at this level. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao had ruthlessly slapped his face. Not only that, but he also retaliated with double the damage. "Jun Xiaoyao, son of the white-clothed killing god, even your father has fallen in the hands of the Scarlet Owl King, let alone you." Qi Lingkong said coldly. The blood in his body surged. There were also faint wisps of black qi. That was the power of the dark matter. Qi Lingkong's body also recovered very quickly. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were extremely cold and indifferent. "The one guarding the alien domain is just one of my father's 3 pure ones. Even if it's just a clone, I don't think it will lose to the Scarlet Owl King." "How dare you!" Qi Lingkong shouted. It was just like Jun Wuhui's prestige in the Jun family. The Scarlet Owl King was also the king of the Scarlet Owl race. He was the symbol of the spirit and naturally could not be blasphemed. Whoosh! Qi Lingkong attacked again. The red wings on his back shook, and 100,000 red sword feathers fell and swept toward Jun Xiaoyao. Each sword feather was capable of destroying a star. Jun Xiaoyao used his finger as a sword. Stalks of 9-leaf sword grass appeared in the void. As the leaves shook, the sword energy was as thick as a mountain. It slashed out horizontally. The sword light illuminated heaven and earth, illuminating the dark universe. When Jun Xiaoyao attacked, his aura was immediately detected by everyone. This, the Son of God, has broken through to the Holy Lord realm. The warriors on the immortal domain's side were a little stunned. How long had it been? And Jun Xiaoyao had broken through. Brother Xiaoyao has actually broken through to the Holy Lord realm. Jun Qingyan was also surprised and happy. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be the face of the Jun family now. Holy Lord realm! The reincarnated Arhot D also took a deep look at Jun Xiaoyao. Waves surged in his heart. He was the reincarnation of an ancient almighty. Sometimes he really wondered if Jun Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of a certain celestial emperor. This cultivation speed was simply too fast. Compared to the exclamations of the immortal domain, the expressions of the foreign creatures were extremely ugly, especially Qi Lingkong. He could only feel a majestic sword Dao pressure pressing down on him. There was a flash of blood. Half of his scarlet wing had been chopped off. Fire Mansion, world-burning prison. Qi Lingkong roared and used his ultimate move. A sea of fire spread behind him, and a terrifying avatar of all living beings wailing appeared. The boundless sea of fire wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao like a curtain. "Brother Xiaoyao, be careful!" Jun Qingyan shouted. She had been hit by this move before. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He stretched out his finger and drew a cross in the void. Instantly the void shattered. A great destruction cross appeared. It was the chaotic sky secret technique, cross-star field intersection. Rip, like a piece of paper being torn. The sea of fire was directly torn apart. Sparks flew everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao appeared right before Qi Lingkong in a flash, as if he had teleported, slapping him with a simple slap. Pa! Qi Lingkong was sent flying again. Countless bones in his body were broken. "Stop!" A quasi-supreme from the Scarlet Owl race shouted and reached out to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. "Do you really think we don't exist?" Meng Zhan also attacked. "All of you attack!" Qi Lingkong was embarrassed and angry. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was completely different from the other prodigies of the immortal domain. Seeing this, the prodigies of the Ghost Eye Royal race and Nether Shadow Royal race charged forward. The crack between the Ghost Eye Royal race prodigies' eyebrows opened. A terrifying black light appeared and pierced through the void. It was like the light of death. The Nether Shadow Royal race prodigy blended into the shadows and swept over with 1,000-foot shadow blade. It could be said that these foreign prodigies were all very strong. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao they were still ants. Jun Xiaoyao's chest released an incomparably bright light. The light of heaven tribulation was used and collided with the light of death of the Ghost Eye royal race's light of death. Thousands of streaks of divine light and tens of thousands of runes. The Ghost Eye royal race prodigy let out a miserable cry. His body was directly turned into ashes in the dazzling divine light. At the same time, the Nether Shadow royal race prodigy slashed at Jun Xiaoyao with his shadow blade. However, he was shocked to find that the moment the shadow blade got close to Jun Xiaoyao, it was directly annihilated into nothingness. Magic power immunity. Jun Xiaoyao looked at him as if he was looking at an inanimate object. He threw a punch. Splat. Blood splattered. The Nether Shadow royal race prodigy died. This type of direct and efficient method left all of the foreign creatures incomparably shocked, feeling chills run down their throats. This. Qi Lingkong was completely stunned. His body was shattered, and his battle intent was completely gone. Then, Jun Xiaoyao killed the other royal prodigies. 10 geniuses of the royal families perished by Jun Xiaoyao's hand in less than a quarter of an hour. You must die today. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes locked onto Qi Lingkong. From the moment he shouted and slandered Jun Wuhui, he was destined to die. Damn it! Qi Lingkong turned around and fled. The surrounding sacred leaders of the Scarlet Owl race protected him. As for the Quasi-Supremes, they were held back by the Grand Knights of the Celestial Realm. Just as Jun Xiaoyao attacked again and wanted to kill him, there was a loud rumble. A shocking aura erupted. That aura was simply enough to destroy the heavens. Another divine obsession had been unsealed. Chapter 864. A mighty aura swept through the entire star field. Terrifying ripples shook the void. The pressure surged like a tsunami, and countless stars were instantly destroyed. Some of the weaker ones were directly crushed into minced meat with a bang. Retreat! At this moment, whether it was the immortal region side or the foreign realm side, they all started to retreat. A beautiful purple lotus bloomed in the starry sky. Waves of dark water vapor washed over it. A blurry figure in a purple robe stood on top of it, like a water god. This was one of the 7 sins God's obsessions, the serene water purple lotus that represented the original sin of jealousy. Rumble. The rules of the divine ruins descended, limiting the serene water purple lotus's aura to the quasi-supreme realm. However, it was still terrifying to the extreme. Just the pressure alone killed who knew how many people. However, the serene water purple lotus clearly had no intention of tangling with these ants. Its sole purpose was to combine the 7 original sins into one and transform them into the most powerful evil will of the gods. Let's go! Now that the evil will had broken the seal, no one had any reason to continue fighting here. They all retreated. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold and indifferent. He took a step forward and continued to chase after Qi Lingkong, who had already run far away. In the pitch-black starry sky, several streaks of scarlet light flashed. It was the terrified Qi Lingkong and the Scarlet Owl race's sacred lords who were protecting him. Damn it! Why is the Jun family full of monsters? This Jun Xiaoyao, unless my brother comes, it will be difficult to defeat him. Qi Lingkong was extremely embarrassed. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state. In the distance, a huge immortal slaughtering sword Qi swept over, as if it was cutting through the void. A Scarlet Owl race's sacred lord turned around to block. However, with a Puchi, half of his body was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. When Qi Lingkong saw this scene, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He quickly fled. Can you run? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold, like a cat playing with a mouse. If he decided to kill someone, there was no way they could survive. Jun Xiaoyao had killed sacred lords, when he was at the Great Sage Realm, now that he was at the Sacred Lord Realm. These Sacred Lords were naturally no match for him. In just 2 or 3 moves, they were all wiped out. Qi Lingkong's face was as pale as paper. He had never thought that he would have such a day. Forced into a desperate situation, he could only grit his teeth and use a life-saving move. Heaven's Soul Disintegration. He shouted. Qi Lingkong's fleshly body actually exploded on its own. All of the flesh and blood turned into energy that wrapped around the primordial spirit and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, Jun Xiaoyao, who saw what happened, had a look of surprise in his eyes. What he was surprised about was not Qi Lingkong's methods. Instead, it was the person who did this that made him feel a familiar fluctuation. The 9 great heavenly books. This fluctuation is from the Book of Souls, one of the 9 great heavenly books. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, if one were to say that the physique book of the 9 great heavenly tomes was a manifestation of the ultimate Tao of the fleshly body, the soul book was the ultimate manifestation of the Tao of the primordial spirit. In ancient times, there were cultivators who obtained soul books to cultivate. In the end, they abandoned their physical bodies and used their primordial spirits to prove their Tao and undergo heavenly tribulations. In the end, his primordial spirit became a martial emperor. A single thought was enough to turn the sea into a mulberry field. However, the Book of Souls isn't with him. Someone must have taught him the escape method of the primordial spirit from the Book of Souls. Jun Xiaoyao speculated. He immediately came to a conclusion. Qi Lingkong had an elder brother called Qi Hongyu. Could it be that the Book of Souls of the 9 great heavenly books was in his hands? At first, Jun Xiaoyao thought he might be able to find all of the heavenly books on the ultimate ancient path and claim the heavenly books. However, it turned out that Jun Xiaoyao had underestimated the situation. Not all of the 9 great heavenly books were in the 9 heavens immortal realm. The outer realm, the burial ground, the 9 heavens, etc., might have traces of the heavenly books. If that's the case, the Book of Souls is most likely in the hands of the Crimson Owl tribe of the outer realm. Should I pay the outer realm a visit? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. While he was thinking, a strange fluctuation of the space under his feet shook. He took a step forward and chased after Qi Lingkong as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. The Book of Space had given Jun Xiaoyao incredible control of the space Tao. It was simply outstanding when it was used to boost his speed. On the other hand, Qi Lingkong was terrified when he saw Jun Xiaoyao chasing after him. How is this possible? I can't even shake him off? Qi Lingkong's primordial spirit was about to fall into despair. As Qi Lingkong was immersed in despair, he suddenly heard the sound of music. It was quite strange. The world of the ruins of God was supposed to be a bloody battlefield. It was a cruel world filled with blood and fire. However, the sound of the music lingered in the air. It was extremely pleasant and tugged at one's heartstrings. The pleasant sound did not match the battlefield at all. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Deep in the universe, a beautiful figure playing a guzheng appeared. It was a woman in her 20s in a long dress with flowing sleeves. Her figure was slender and light, as if it was carved out of jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were glittering, and her nose was sharp. Her skin was as white as snow, as if it was glowing. A red string was tied around her snow-white wrist. The woman was indeed very beautiful. Her eyes and eyebrows had a hint of charm. However, there were 2 things that exposed her identity. 2 fox ears poked out from her smooth and silky hair. She also had 9 furry foxtails on her hips. A fox-eared girl. Jun Xiaoyao was rather surprised. It was not his first time encountering a fox spirit. Bai Mei, of the heavenly fox tribe, was also a fox. The 9 heavens immortal realm also had the Archean royalty and the 9-tailed fox tribe. However, the woman before him was obviously not from the 9-tailed fox tribe of the immortal realm. Qi Lingkong's primordial spirit was overjoyed when it saw the woman. It yelled, "Third princess of Tushan, please save me." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glittered when he heard the words. Tushan? She was from the immortal emperor tribe of the foreign realm. However, the third princess did not seem to have much of a reaction. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and was about to kill Qi Lingkong. Qi Lingkong's face twisted when he saw this. He snapped, "Third princess, my brother once went to Tushan to ask for your hand in marriage. Even though he was rejected in the end, at least we're still related. Right?" The third princess was still unmoved. Puff! Jun Xiaoyao threw his palm forward. Qi Lingkong fell to the ground in despair. He never thought the third princess would leave him in the lurch, even though they were both from the foreign realm. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the third princess of Tushan after slapping Qi Lingkong to death like a fly. He had heard of the Tushan tribe before. Just like the Qingqiu tribe, they were one of the two main factions of the Fox tribe. "It seems like the foreign realm isn't as united as you think," Jun Xiaoyao said. "His older brother is just very annoying," the third princess said, her voice soft and charming. To Jun Xiaoyao's surprise, most foxes were seductive and charming, and this third princess seemed to be one of the clear streams among them. "You must be the famous son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao." "I'm Tushan Xiao of the Tushan tribe." Tushan Xiao smiled gently. The corners of her eyes and the tips of her brows revealed a light and charming charm. "If you want to fight, I, the son of God, will accompany you to the end," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly with his hands behind his back. He would not show mercy to Tushan Xiao just because she was a woman. "Please listen to my song." Tushan Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender fingers played the guzheng in front of her. The sound of the guzheng was like a spring, making people feel as if they were trapped in a dream. It was as if there were countless orioles circling around her, making people fall into a trance. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. In terms of music, he didn't lose to anyone. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the air and took out a 7-stringed guzheng. It was the Phoenix Cry Qishan guzheng. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao take out the guzheng, Tushan Xiao was surprised. Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family of the immortal realm not only had extraordinary talent and strength, but also unparalleled talent? Was there such a perfect man in the world? Chapter 865. Jun Xiaoyao, dressed in white, sat cross-legged in the air. The Phoenix Cry Qishan zither was placed between his knees. He looked extremely elegant, like a sage in the bamboo forest. Since the third princess is in the mood, I will also play a song. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. After being trained by Audio, coupled with his own talent, Jun Xiaoyao's zither skills could be said to be the best of the generation. Competing with him in terms of musical attacks was undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. Jun Xiaoyao's slender fingers plucked the strings of the zither, and the sound of the zither spread out. At times it was like a high mountain and flowing water, and at other times it was like raging waves. At times it was like a man with shining spears and armored horses, and at other times it was like the faint rustling of the spring rain. It was simply a vivid interpretation of the art of the zither. In comparison, Tushan Xiao's zither music had reached a superb level. But compared to Jun Xiaoyao, it was still inferior. In the beginning, Tushan Xiao could barely resist. Toward the end, she was basically playing the accompaniment for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's zither music was loud and sonorous. Her zither music was soft and gentle. Jun Xiaoyao's zither music came wave after wave, reaching the climax. Tushan Xiao's zither music became more and more shrill, as if she had exhausted all her strength and became limp. In the end, it was almost Jun Xiaoyao's home ground. Tushan Xiao's zither music was completely pressed to the ground, and she could only struggle helplessly. This made Tushan Xiao seem to be panting a little, A bright red blush also appeared on her snow-white, exquisite face. Her musical talent could be said to be second to none among the younger generation of the foreign land. But now she had lost to Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the peerless and talented man in white sitting in the void, Tushan Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed. A touch of demonic brilliance that did not match her temperament flashed in her beautiful eyes. Some kind of immortal scripture in her body was restless. "You have lost." Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped playing the zither and said with a flat expression, "Yes, I lost." Tushan Xiaoxiao seemed to be absent-minded. Then, her lips curled into a seductive smile. She suddenly said, "Young Master Jun may not know this, but this little girl had once made an oath that whoever could defeat this little girl in music would be qualified to become this little girl's husband." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change at all. Tushan Xiaoxiao was surprised again. In the other side, it was unknown just how many people were chasing after her. For example, Qi Lingkong's brother, Qi Hongyu. Although he did not explicitly say that he wanted to pursue her, he also wanted to find a partner among the 5 beauties of Tushan. Even someone as powerful as Qi Hongyu was willing to be a bootlicker and pay him a visit. It was not hard to imagine how popular Tushan family girls were in this world. However, even so, the white-robed son of God of the Jun family of the immortal region didn't react at all. This was out of Tushan Xiaoxiao's expectations. "Do you really think that this son of God is so naive?" Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile, but his tone was cold and playful. Of course, he didn't think that someone he met for the first time, especially the Tushan princess of the other side, would want to marry him. Jun Xiaoyao's charm was indeed full. However, he wasn't so narcissistic that he thought that he could capture the heart of a beast-eared princess of the other side with just his zither skills. This Tushan Xiaoxiao must have her own thoughts and plans. "Young Master Jun, do you not believe me?" Tushan Xiaoxiao lowered her beautiful eyes. The 2 fox beast ears on his head also softened and drooped down. Her appearance was extremely charming and pitiful. If someone with a beast-eared princess saw this, he might not be able to control himself. Cut the crap. Let this son of God see how capable the prodigy of the immortal emperor family of the other side is. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and pressed down with vast dermic powers. Seeing this, Tushan Xiaoxiao plucked the strings of the zither, and sound waves surged out like a tide. The 2 of them immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. "Young Master Jun, do you not believe me?" "I'm not lying," Tushan Xiaoxiao said as they fought. "This son of God doesn't lack a wife, but I do like to keep pets. You happen to be a 9-tailed fox. Why don't you be my pet?" Jun Xiaoyao retorted and pressed down at the same time. Even Tushan Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't calm down. If someone dared to say such a thing in the other side, the Tushan clan wouldn't hesitate to attack. Tushan family didn't even need to do anything, because the other bootlickers would beat the one who talked to them to death. Only Jun Xiaoyao dared to say that he would treat the Tushan 9-tailed fox as a pet. "Young Master Jun, you must be joking." "I'm choosing a husband, not a master," Tushan Xiaoxiao said. "Unfortunately, I'm only interested in keeping female pet slaves." "As for a wife, you're not worthy," Jun Xiaoyao said. Tushan Xiaoxiao was speechless again. Even the peerless geniuses of the other immortal imperial clans treated them like the moon surrounded by the stars, holding them in high regard. It was the first time Tushan Xiaoxiao had seen Jun Xiaoyao's attitude in her life. It gave her a great shock. It's better to just surrender. Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength was unparalleled, and his combat prowess was even more terrifying. After all, he was someone who had fought the heart demon in close combat. He immediately locked on to Tushan Xiaoxiao's weakness, which was her foxtail. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed one of Tushan Xiaoxiao's foxtails. It was fluffy and nice to the touch. Tushan Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled, and goosebumps appeared on her snow-white skin. She couldn't help but let out a cry, and her face flushed. The tail was one of the sensitive spots of the nine-tailed fox clan. It had a special meaning. "Young Master June, you're too much." Tushan Xiao Xiao bit her moist red lips. It was a pure fox tail that had never been touched by anyone of the opposite sex. Swoosh! A beam of nine-colored light appeared on the fox's tail, bringing with it an aura of annihilation as it slashed at June Xiaoyao like a sword. June Xiaoyao retreated. It was the nine-tailed fox clan's innate ability, the nine-tailed apocalyptic light. It was extremely powerful, just as June Xiaoyao retreated. The red string on Tushan Xiaoxiao's snow-white wrist suddenly moved. An extremely thin red line appeared vaguely, wrapping itself around June Xiaoyao's wrist. June Xiaoyao's consciousness was very sharp, and he noticed this. However, this red line was faintly discernible, as if it was there, but not there. It was like the red string of karma in Yu Lao's hand. It didn't bring any negative effects to June Xiaoyao. "Young Master June, we will meet again." Tushan Xiaoxiao looked at June Xiaoyao with her beautiful eyes. Then she twisted her waist, and her nine tails wrapped around her body. She broke through the void and instantly disappeared into the distance. June Xiaoyao didn't chase after her, because he knew that the prodigies of the immortal emperors from the other side wouldn't be as easy to kill as Qi Lingkong. Moreover, he had to conserve his energy to deal with the seven sins god, the seven emperors, and so on. He didn't have extra energy to deal with the Tushan third princess. What exactly is this? June Xiaoyao frowned as he looked at the red thread on his wrist that seemed to be there, but not there. Fortunately, this red string didn't affect him too much. The Tushan clan does have some secrets, but if you want to provoke the Son of God, you'd better be careful not to get burned. In terms of scheming, June Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of anyone. If Tushan Xiaoxiao dared to set her eyes on him, he would let Tushan Xiaoxiao know what regret was. On the other side, Tushan Xiaoxiao's beautiful figure appeared in the starry sky of the universe. A strange smile appeared on her flawless, jade-like face. What a perfect man! I can't find any flaws in him. The only bad thing is that his mouth is a bit poisonous. However, second sister might like this kind of style. Unfortunately, such a man is from the immortal realm. No wonder we sisters can't find a suitable partner in the other side and can't achieve our own improvement. Chapter 866. In Tushan Xiaoxiao's eyes, Qi Hongyu and the others could not be compared to June Xiaoyao at all. June Xiaoyao's appearance, talent, and strength were all perfect, and his talent was unparalleled. He could easily crush her in the Guqin. In her eyes, this kind of man had almost no shortcomings, except that he was a little cunning. I have to get him. It will be very helpful to me, and even to my sisters. Tushan Xiaoxiao subconsciously raised her jade-like hand and looked at the red string on her wrist. When a person who met the criteria appeared, the red string would release a red string of karma and be tied to the target. This was related to the immortal sutra passed down in the Tushan clan, and it was very important to them. It was even related to the ascension of their extreme realm in the future, and could affect their talent and future. It's not just me, but also my sisters. The red string has not reacted. Now that my red string has reacted, it might be possible for my sisters too, Tushan Xiaoxiao thought to herself. However, in the next moment, a somewhat blushing and ambiguous smile appeared on Tushan Xiaoxiao's exquisite face. But there are 5 of us sisters. Although June Xiaoyao has the sacred body of the ancients and is full of vitality, can he withstand it? Tushan Xiaoxiao's face became redder as she thought about it. The current generation of the Tushan clan had the Tushan 5 beauties. They were the quintuplets. It could be said that each of them had a different personality and a different beauty. It was enough to make countless geniuses from other realms fall in love with them. If it was really as Tushan Xiaoxiao thought, they had all successfully connected to the red string of karma. Who could withstand it if there were 5 of them at once? Did she really have to cut them into 5 equal parts? Tushan Xiaoxiao thought about the next plan and left. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also turned around to look for the team from the immortal region. He naturally did not care about Tushan Xiaoxiao, nor did he care about the red string of karma. However, he would never have thought that he would be targeted by 5 foxes who coveted his body unknowingly. One could imagine what kind of hell would unfold if they met in the future. It did not take long for Jun Xiaoyao to find the team from the immortal region. Brother Xiaoyao, the son of God, is back. When Jun Qingyan, Meng Zhan, and the others saw Jun Xiaoyao, they immediately surrounded him happily. Only Ling Yan stood in the distance with her jade-like arms crossed in front of her chest. Her slender and beautiful figure stood tall, like a celestial flower, noble and elegant. She glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. She then snorted and said, "I see that nothing bad happened to him. That's quite lucky of him." Although Ling Yan said so, however, she would never admit that when she saw that Jun Xiaoyao was nowhere to be seen, she was inexplicably annoyed. Jun Xiaoyao naturally did not care about Ling Yan, nor would he spoil her. Clan brother, that prodigy from the Scarlet Owl clan. Jun Qingyan said. "He's dead," Jun Xiaoyao said, as expected of clan brother Xiaoyao. Jun Qingyan's eyes revealed a look of worship. Jun Xiaoyao had killed a boundary emperor clan prodigy, just like that. The immortal domain cultivators present were also extremely shocked. However, there was a small accident along the way. I met a prodigy from a foreign immortal emperor clan. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. What? When these words came out, everyone in the immortal domain was stunned. Someone from the immortal emperor clan actually appeared, and she even met Jun Xiaoyao. Such a big piece of news came out of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, but it was so casual as if it was a small matter. However, it's a pity that she still managed to escape. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Gasps could be heard from all directions. It was as if all the cold air between heaven and earth had been sucked dry. This was simply too shocking. That was a prodigy from the immortal emperor clan. Even a supreme outlawed prodigy would be killed. Lord Son of God is really... Meng Zhan and the others were speechless. Jun Xiaoyao first killed 10 foreign royal prodigies in a row, then killed Qi Lingkong from the Boundary Emperor clan. In the end, he even made the immortal Emperor clan prodigy retreat. It was hard not to be shocked by these magnificent feats. Amitabha, Benefactor Jun is really shocking. I would like to know which heavenly emperor's reincarnation you are. A voice chanting Buddha's name was heard. The person who spoke was the reincarnated Arhat D. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on him. This was because there was a rumor that the reincarnated Arhat D was one of the 7 defiant emperors. Ling Yan was also attracted by this voice. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked over. She had participated in the secret meeting of the 7 emperors, so she knew. Among the 7 defiant emperors, 5 of them had revealed their identities. Shi, Gutizi, Xianyu, Long Yao, and Jidawi. The remaining 2 were wearing black robes, and their identities were unknown. Among them, one of them was only a clone. The identities of the last 2 of the 7 defiant emperors were very interesting. Who could they be? Was one of them really the reincarnated Arhat D in front of her? Jun Xiaoyao also looked over. There was a deep look in his eyes. He had seen the previous battle. The reincarnated Arhat D and the Yema Emperor seemed to be supreme outlawed sky prides. However, their true strength was definitely not the same. The reincarnated Arhat D had hidden his true strength very well. He had not shown his true strength at all. If he were to fight against Qi Lingkong might be the unlucky one. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not the reincarnation of some great figure. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He was a transmigrator. How could he be reincarnated? Everyone was speechless when they heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. The idiom ordinary person was very strange when used on Jun Xiaoyao. The smell of Versailles wafted over. Benefactor June is really humble. However, Benefactor June, aren't you curious? Am I one of the 7 defiant emperors? That sentence instantly froze the atmosphere in the room. Almost everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao's gamble against the heavens was not over yet. It was very likely that a shocking scene would unfold in the future. Ling Yan's hands tightened slightly. For some reason, the closer they were to the plan, the more complicated her feelings became. Jun Xiaoyao's smile froze for a moment. Then he sighed softly. His expression was still indifferent. Actually, I don't care. Oh, the reincarnated Arhut-D's eyes flashed. It doesn't matter whether you are or not. To me, the Son of God, it doesn't make a difference. It's like there are 7 ants on the ground. If you pass by and trample them to death, would you bend down to observe whether the ants you trampled were white or black? Jun Xiaoyao's words caused the entire room to fall into a dead silence. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their faces were filled with astonishment. The 7 defiant emperors were all peerless geniuses, like Gu Tizi and Ling Yan. However, according to Jun Xiaoyao, they were just 7 ants. He didn't even have to deliberately find out their identities. Anyone who stood in his way would be trampled to death. What a domineering aura! What a kind of arrogance! Since ancient times, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who dared to despise the heavens like this. At this moment, even Ling Yan, who was on the opposing side, was deeply shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's domineering aura. He can't win, Ling Yan murmured in his heart. Such a person could only be defeated if he wanted to. Otherwise, no one could make him lose. Chapter 867. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was arrogant. However, strangely, the crowd did not think that Jun Xiaoyao was arrogant. Instead, they thought that it was normal. That was because Jun Xiaoyao had created more than enough miracles. Instead, the crowd was looking forward to the bet between Jun Xiaoyao and the heavens. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. Jun Xiaoyao's domineering words left the reincarnated Arhut-D speechless. To be honest, he had awakened part of the wisdom of his previous life. However, even in his era, there was no peerless figure like Jun Xiaoyao. It was even more impossible for him to compete with the heavens. Benefactor Jun's grace and bearing are impressive. I can now tell you that I am not one of the 7 sovereigns. The reincarnated Arhut-D put his palms together. His words undoubtedly dispelled many people's suspicions. No one thought that the reincarnated Arhut-D would lie about this. After all, a monk would not lie. That's good. I've already killed some Buddhist sky prides. I don't want to kill more. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Fahai, Jade Fozi, and the others from the Little Western Paradise had all died in his hands. Hearing this, the crowd was speechless. A supreme outlawed sky pride was no different from a chicken or a dog in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Son of God, what are your plans next? Meng Zhan stepped forward and asked. Everyone present seemed to see Jun Xiaoyao as their leader. Where is the world tree in the world of divine ruins? Jun Xiaoyao asked. I heard that it's in the deepest part of the world of divine ruins, inside a planet called the Verdant Emperor Star. However, the Verdant Emperor left a seal on this planet. No one can break it. Meng Zhan replied. Jun Xiaoyao pondered and then said, those divine obsessions that have broken the seal should gather at the Verdant Emperor Star. That might be the final battlefield between us and the foreign realm. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the atmosphere a little heavy. The cruel battle earlier had made many sky prides from the immortal domain a little unstable. Even the supreme outlawed sky prides had fallen, let alone them. Just the world of the ruins of God was already so cruel. It was hard to imagine just how bloody and cruel the true, desolate border foreign battlefield would be. Everyone found it even harder to imagine what kind of disaster would happen if the other side broke through. All right, you guys can go and look for other places where the gods will is sealed. I have something to do for the time being, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was ready to leave the team. Even if he was in the group, he was just slacking off, not going to stop the foreign side's plan to break the seal. Yes. Meng Zha nodded. They would naturally obey Jun Xiaoyao's decision. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and was about to leave. Stop! A cold shout suddenly rang out. Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks and cast a sidelong glance at him. What's the matter, young Emperor Ling Yan? Ling Yan bit her red lips and asked, Where are you going? Do I still need to report to young Emperor Ling Yan about my whereabouts? This somewhat distant and cold manner of address made Ling Yuan a little unhappy in her heart. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the only man who had seen her naked. Yet now he treated her with such an attitude. Don't misunderstand. This princess just feels that it's best if you don't die in the hands of the foreign creatures. That way, this princess will be very unhappy. Huh! Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and didn't say anything. He stepped into the air and left. All right, let's also prepare to head to the other sealed places. We definitely can't let the foreign brats' plan succeed. Meng Zhan raised his arm and shouted. The team also gathered together to search for the next sealed place. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was bored to death as he strolled through the stars. He was waiting for the gods to break through the seal and gather at the Azure Emperor Star. At that time, it would be the true final battle. The game between the foreign side and the immortal domain. The bet between him and the heavens. They would all draw an endpoint there. Following that, Jun Xiaoyao continued to wander around the world of the ruins of God. If he encountered some foreign creatures, Jun Xiaoyao would casually kill them. After about 7 or 8 days, Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to enter the depths of the ruins of God. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped and said indifferently, Come out. In the void, a beautiful figure appeared. It was a young girl in a black silk dress. She had a slender figure, pale skin, and a ghost mask on her face. In her hand was the death scythe that was even longer than her height. Some bandages were wrapped around her slender limbs, making her look even more sickly. She was like a blooming red spider lily on the other side of death. It was the immortal slaying bandit, Xian Yu. Jun Xiaoyao turned around indifferently with a cold expression. Are you courting death by appearing alone? Only when the 7 emperors attacked together would they have a chance to deal with him. Now that Xian Yu had appeared alone, if she wasn't courting death, what was? Last time on the buried Emperor Star, if Jun Xiaoyao didn't have to look for Jiang, lolly. Xian, you wouldn't have been able to escape from him. Of course, Xian Yu's aura was also very terrifying now. All kinds of physiques and bloodlines had merged into her body. She had a chaotic and terrifying aura, like a black hole that could devour and refine everything. However, this kind of terror was relative. For Jun Xiaoyao, he could still suppress it. The 7 emperors have a secret meeting. Gu Tizi is taking the lead to plot against you, Xian Yu said in a clear voice. So, Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. I've also reported the information. When the quasi-emperor races, and even the emperor races appear, you'll be the first to be targeted, Xian Yu continued. So, Jun Xiaoyao repeated, the 7 emperors have a formation that is extremely terrifying. When the time comes, you'll definitely not be able to resist it, Xian Yu said with a hint of emotion in her voice. She had already said so much, but why was Jun Xiaoyao still so calm? No one could withstand a siege of this level. Why was Jun Xiaoyao still so calm? She couldn't see through him. However, looking at the face that vaguely resembled her brother in her memory, she couldn't completely make up her mind. If you leave the world of the divine ruins now, there may be a way to survive, Xian Yu said after a moment of silence. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the ghost masked girl with a deep gaze. After a long while, he asked why. He didn't care about the conspiracy that Xian Yu had told him. He was just a little curious and puzzled. Xian Yu was a person from a foreign land and was also an immortal slaying bandit who devoured bloodlines. Logically speaking, She should want to kill him and then devour his divine body, bloodline, and supreme bone. Why would Xian Yu show up now and tell him? Xian Yu fell silent. The atmosphere was still. After a long time, Xian Yu took a deep breath. She seemed to have mustered up her courage and recalled the past. She raised her slender hand and took off the ghost-masked mask on her face. Immediately, a delicate and picturesque face came into Jun Xiaoyao's view. Such a pretty face could really move one's heart. But what caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention was the blood tear mole at the corner of Xian Yu's eye. It was like a drop of blood tear. It set off Xian Yu's poignant beauty. "Are you willing to listen to a story?" Xian Yu said faintly. Chapter 868. Once upon a time, in a faraway foreign land, there was a small and remote country. In this small country, there was a pair of siblings. They both had a blood tear mole at the corner of their eyes. In this small country, the blood tear mole was considered an ominous sign, a symbol of disaster. Therefore, they were bullied since they were young. Even their parents could not do anything about it. The prejudice in people's hearts was like a mountain. No matter how hard one tried, it was impossible to move it. However, it was in such a cruel environment that the elder brother had always protected his younger sister. They were each other's only family. In the end, the siblings could not bear the bullying and left the family. They wandered everywhere. In the foreign land, the survival of the fittest and the rule of the strong were vividly reflected. It was hard to imagine how that pair of brother and sister had managed to survive. Later, they were captured by the underground blood-fighting arena and became slaves. The siblings were separated and underwent cruel training. Xian Yu was told that if she could win 100 matches in the underground blood-fighting arena, she would be able to regain her freedom. Not only would he be able to regain his freedom, but he would also have the bargaining chips to negotiate with him. He would also be able to obtain generous rewards. From that day onwards, no matter how cruel the training was, Xian Yu persevered. This was because she had a belief which was to win 100 matches and leave with her brother. She had experienced many battles. Every time she went on the blood-fighting arena, both sides would wear masks. They were like wild beasts biting each other in cages. They became pastimes and entertainment. In the end, Xian Yu, who had won 99 matches, finally welcomed her last match. She could only win this round so that she could regain her freedom and leave with her brother. She only had one thought in her mind when she went on the blood-fighting arena, which was to kill her opponent and win the freedom to leave with her brother. However, to Xian Yu's surprise, her opponent for the 100th match was much weaker than she had imagined. When she stabbed the dagger in her hand into the man's chest, she was overjoyed. However, that somewhat familiar cough made Xian Yu feel as if she had lost consciousness. With trembling hands, she took off the mask on the man's face. A familiar, handsome face came into view. "Cough, cough. You've become so strong. Brother is relieved. In the future, when you're alone, you can take care of yourself." Her 100th opponent was her brother. Her brother had gone easy on her and did not retaliate at all. This allowed Xian Yu to easily stab the dagger into his chest. She killed her own brother with her own hands. He had killed his only family member, perhaps from that moment onwards. Xian Yu's heart was already dead. She didn't know what she had done either. However, when he regained consciousness, everyone in the underground blood-fighting arena was dead. All that was left was a ground full of broken corpses. Blood flooded her eyes and dyed her black hair red. It made the blood tear mole at the corner of her eye look even more flirtatious. What a pitiful person! A woman with a mask on her face and an enchanting figure appeared. "Are you willing to join the Permitha organization? Perhaps there's a way for your brother to reincarnate," the woman suggested. Later on, Mystic Moon joined the Permitha organization. He then became the leader of the 13 Great Bandits, the Immortal Execution Bandit. The story was over. After listening to the story, Jun Xiaoyao's face was calm. He finally understood why Xian Yu had such a strange reaction towards him. Obviously, she saw the shadow of her brother in him. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think of the woman with the ghost mask. The Permitha organization, the Permitha clan, the ghost-masked woman, the Permitha flower. What was the connection between these clues? What was the relationship between the foreign Permitha clan and the ghost-masked woman in the bronze immortal palace? For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao had many mysteries in his heart. He felt that he wanted to solve these mysteries. The only way was to go to the foreign realm and find the truth in the Permitha clan. However, very few people did this kind of thing. After all, the foreign realm was too dangerous. It was very difficult for the creatures of the immortal realm to hide their aura. It could be said that it was very dangerous. So, you see the shadow of your brother in me? Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Xian Yu was silent. Obviously, this was the answer. Jun Xiaoyao sneered and said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your story may be moving, but I, Jun Xiaoyao, am not anyone's substitute. Whether it was the mysterious ghost-masked woman who walked in the ancient history, or Xian Yu in front of him, they all seemed to treat him as someone's substitute. But he was only Jun Xiaoyao. He would not be anyone, and it was impossible for him to become anyone. I know, Xian Yu said. She did not expect Jun Xiaoyao's attitude towards her to change. So, you can choose to leave the world of divine ruins, Xian Yu said. She was betraying the organization and the foreign realm by revealing the secret. However, she was struggling in her heart. It was difficult for her to hurt Jun Xiaoyao again. Wouldn't that be equivalent to killing her brother for the second time? You don't have to worry about that. Seeing that you have told me the news, I, the Son of God, will let you go this time. But next time, you and I will fight to the death. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold and filled with killing intent. Why? Xian, you tightened her grip on the death scythe. Because you hurt Sister Xingyi and wanted to steal her innate Tao embryo. You almost killed her. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were incomparably cold. If he had not arrived in time on the buried Emperor Star, Xian, you might have really killed Jiang Xingyi and refined her innate Tao embryo. Xian Yu's fate was very tragic and pitiful. However, that was not a reason for Jun Xiaoyao to let her go. That woman again. Xian Yu clenched her jade-like hands. Her nails pierced her palms and blood seeped out. For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if the most precious thing in her heart had been taken away by another woman. Let's go. The next time we meet, I won't show you any mercy. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Xian Yu bit her lips as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back view. She felt that her cheeks were a little wet and cold. Was she crying? How long had it been? She thought that she had forgotten to cry. But why was her dead heart still throbbing faintly? Xian Yu's matter was just an interlude. Jun Xiaoyao's goal would not be shaken by anyone. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was heading in the direction of the Azure, the Arch planet, in another star domain, a vast number of foreign cultivators had gathered here. Among them, there were no less than a dozen foreign cultivators from the royal families. Apart from them, there were also a few powerful quasi-emperor clans. In the void, a beautiful woman wearing a long dress with flowing sleeves appeared. Her skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was as beautiful as snow. It was Tushan Xiao. On the other side, two figures also appeared. One was wearing a blood-red robe and had a pair of blood phoenix wings on his back. The other person had a black dragon horn on his head and 9 demonic eyes on his face. He looked very strange. Fallen Demon Emperor Clan, Huang Nietian. Evil Dragon Bloodline, Nine-Eyed Evil Dragon. Tushan Xiao looked at the two of them and was slightly surprised. She did not expect them to be here. The Fallen Demon Phoenix Bloodline and the Evil Dragon Bloodline were both famous quasi-emperor clans in the foreign domain. These two quasi-emperor clan's prodigies were extremely terrifying and were not much weaker than the emperor clan's prodigies. I did not expect that the honorable third princess of Tushan would also appear. Huang Nietian looked at Tushan Xiaoxiao, his eyes flickering. This time, a madman has appeared in the immortal domain. He killed our quasi-emperor clan's Qi Lingkong, the Scarlet Owl race's Qi Lingkong. I want to see that person, the evil dragon bloodline's nine-eyed evil dragon, said coldly. A foreign, quasi-emperor clan's prodigy being killed was undoubtedly a humiliation that needed to be washed away. Don't worry. When the time comes, there will naturally be a chance, Tushan Xiaoxiao said, her eyes flickering. She naturally had her own plans. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared in the distance again. Oh, another immortal emperor clan came? Tushan Xiaoxiao was surprised. Chapter 869. She thought that she was the only emperor clan prodigy on this trip to the divine ruins. She did not expect other emperor clan prodigies to come as well. Tushan Xiaoxiao looked over with her beautiful eyes. A group of people arrived. The leader was a tall and slender man surrounded by snowflakes. Behind him, the faint silhouette of a towering ancient tree appeared. Beside him were a few figures. They were the immortal domain prodigies. The weakest among them were outlawed prodigies. There were even supreme outlawed prodigies around him. However, these immortal domain prodigies seemed to have lost their minds and were being manipulated by this young man like puppets. Pu Yao, you actually appeared. This man's appearance surprised Tushan Xiaoxiao. Beside her, Huang Nietian and the nine-eyed evil dragon's eyes were filled with surprise. This man named Pu Yao had an extraordinary background. He was a young king of the demonic cattail tribe, an immortal emperor clan from the foreign domain. The demonic cattail tribe was a plant-type emperor clan from the foreign domain. Its true form was the demonic cattail tree. It was also the towering ancient tree that vaguely appeared behind this man. The demonic cattail tribe was extremely powerful. The demonic cattail king was also one of the most famous and powerful immortal kings in the foreign domain. His seniority was also far above the newly ascended immortal kings, like the Scarlet Owl King. This tribe was powerful, and their methods were even more bizarre. The snowflakes floating around Pu Yao were actually demonic cattail seeds. These demonic cattail seeds could parasitize the human brain, turning the host into a puppet to be manipulated. They could even parasitize existences stronger than themselves. This move was absolutely heaven-defying. Behind Pu Yao, there was even a Grand Knight that emitted a quasi-supreme aura, controlled by the demonic cattail seeds. This place is quite lively. The man named Pu Yao smiled slightly, calm and collected. That was the confidence brought about by powerful strength. Huang Nietian and the nine-eyed evil dragon's eyes were filled with fear, as well as a hint of respect. This was because Pu Yao was one of the 10 heavenly kings. The 10 heavenly kings were the 10 most powerful prodigies among the foreign domain's younger generation. Their prestige and charisma were extremely strong. Pu Yao was ranked at the bottom of the 10 heavenly kings. However, he was still extremely strong, much stronger than these immortal emperor's prodigies. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the pseudo-9 heavens supreme realm, although Pu Yao was already over 1,000 years old. However, for Pu Yao clan, this age really was quite young, still considered a youth. Even for ordinary cultivators, 1,000 years was not considered old. Compared to those who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years before becoming a quasi-supreme, Pu Yao's talent was already indisputable. Of course, he still couldn't be compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was in his 20s, because Jun Xiaoyao was different. Who would have thought that a small divine ruins world would be able to attract you here? I thought that you would only go to the desolate border battlefield, said Tushan Xiaoxiao. If it was just a world of the ruins of God, I would naturally not be interested in coming. However, if the world tree is added, then it would be different. Pu Yao smiled slightly. Gee, how was gentle to Tushan third princess. Oh, hasn't the world tree been sealed all this time? Tushan Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. I have a feeling that if the 7 sins divine will successfully break the seal on the world tree will be undone. That will be my chance, said Puyao. In his eyes, there was a resolute light that showed that he was determined to win. As a plant-type clan, the world tree's attraction to Puyao was too great. As long as he could obtain the world tree, Puyao was confident that he could grow into a powerful immortal king, like the demonic Cattail King in the future. Apart from that, I heard that the son of God of the immortal regions, Jun family, is a bit arrogant. I would also like to meet him. Puyao smiled nonchalantly. Tushan Xiaoxiao frowned slightly when she heard this. She was still interested in Jun Xiaoyao. All right, when the divine will breaks the seal, we can head straight to the Azure Emperor planet, said Puyao. On the other side, there were Puyao and Tushan Xiaoxiao, 2 emperor race prodigies. There were also Huang Nietian, the 9-eyed evil dragon, and other quasi-emperor race prodigies. In addition, there were also many king race prodigies. One could imagine how intense the final battle would be. As time passed, the situation on the immortal regions side became more and more dangerous. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang. In a certain star domain, another divine will broke the seal. A blue lotus bloomed, and a divine will stood on top of it. It was the indigo feather lotus that represented greed. Sai, we can't stop it. Let's retreat. A handsome silver-haired man in a snow-white cloak shook his head and sighed. It was the Ascendant King. If this continues, will the divine ruins really be destroyed? Beside him, the beautiful Yu Yunchang had a worried look on her face. After coming to the divine ruins, she finally understood what cruelty was. Compared to such a bloody battle, the original cruelty of the ultimate ancient road felt like child's play. Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone tall to hold it up. This isn't something we can change by ourselves, said the Ascendant King. When Yu Yunchang heard this, she didn't know why, but a peerless figure in white appeared in her mind. No, there is one person who can reverse the situation all by himself. Yu Yunchang vowed solemnly. You are referring to Brother Jun. The Ascendant King's eyes flickered. That's right. Didn't you hear the news that young Master Jun killed 10 sovereign race sky prides of the Boundary Emperor race? Speaking of this, Yu Yunchang's beautiful eyes lit up. Back on the buried Emperor Star, she was already Jun Xiaoyao's fangirl. Now that she heard this news, she worshipped him from the bottom of her heart. Looking at Yu Yunchang's expression, the Ascendant King fell silent. I hope so. Another half a month passed. Jun Xiaoyao finally got close to the Azure Emperor Star. From afar, Jun Xiaoyao could feel the power of the world spreading. The power of the world was so pure that it even made Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe restless. Now, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe already had the creation jade disc, spring of life, immortal source, ancestral vein, and other treasures. If a world tree were to be added to the mix, one could only imagine just how much more powerful Jun Xiaoyao would become. He would definitely reach the 7th stage of the supremacy realm. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void. Not long after, the Azure Emperor Star finally appeared in front of him. It was an incomparably huge green planet. It was lush and full of vitality. On the surface of the planet, various mysterious and complicated patterns could be vaguely seen. They formed a layer of sealing barrier that was similar to the atmosphere. The entire planet was sealed within. The world tree should be inside this planet, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, what caught his attention was that in the sky above the Azure Emperor Star, for lotus flowers floated above. The pink lotus of joy, which represented lust. The purple water lotus, which represented jealousy. The indigo feather lotus, which represented greed. The pure white lotus, which represented laziness. The 4 sins of the 7 sins God's obsessions had already arrived at the Azure Emperor Star. They didn't do anything and didn't react to Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. Jun Xiaoyao knew what they were doing. They were waiting. Chapter 870. For of the 7 sins God consciousnesses had arrived at the Azure, the arch planet, they sat cross-legged above the Azure, the arch planet, releasing their terrifying power to erode the seal of the Azure, the arch planet. However, it was not the time yet. They were waiting for all the 7 sins God consciousnesses to arrive. Then they would merge into one and become a powerful evil consciousness to break the seal of the Azure, the arch planet, and seize the world tree. After that, the evil consciousness that obtained the world tree would definitely break through the entire world of the ruins of God. At that time, the gap at the border would be difficult to block. The foreign army would march straight in. Even though the celestial realm had rules to suppress them, the foreign army would definitely have a way to deal with it. At the very least, as long as the gap at the border existed, it would be a huge hidden danger. It was easy to imagine that this was a matter that would affect the whole situation. Jun Xiaoyao could be considered to be taking a big gamble. If I fail, the border will be breached. Then I should be considered a sinner of the entire 9 heavens immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He clearly had the ability to stop the God consciousnesses from breaking the seal, but he allowed the foreign army to do so. If the 4th Master Scar and the others knew about it, they would be disappointed in him. However, if things went according to Jun Xiaoyao's plan, then he might be able to completely solve the problem of the evil consciousness. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao would be praised as a hero again. The human heart was like this. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about his reputation. He only cared about whether his plan would succeed or not. It seems that I can't enter the Azure, the arch planet, for the time being. Jun Xiaoyao moved slightly closer. He discovered that the barrier around the Azure, the arch planet, was shaking because of the arrival of the 4 God consciousnesses. However, it was still difficult to enter, just as Jun Xiaoyao was planning to observe for a while. Deep in the stars in the distance, many auras suddenly appeared. The foreign army. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Densely packed foreign creatures appeared in the distance. There were people from all the royal families. There were also sacred masters and quasi-supreme experts. This was an extremely powerful force. Could it be that they are also here for the world tree? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He did not hide himself. Therefore, the foreign army on the other side quickly noticed Jun Xiaoyao. It's a cultivator from the celestial realm. He's alone, he's not running? Interesting. Has he already resigned himself to fate? They saw Jun Xiaoyao standing calmly in the air, seemingly unfazed by their arrival. These foreign creatures all carried astonishment. Young master, we meet again. Jun Xiaoyao saw a familiar figure in the foreign army. It was Tu Shanyu. Apart from her, there was also Huang Nietian of the fallen demon phoenix race and the 9-eyed evil dragon of the evil dragon bloodline. Pu Yu clan demon, god, demon race. Clearly, they were here for the world tree. Realm, world, worlds, world. S realms, world. Jun. Pu Yao looked at Jun Xiaoyao coldly. Jun Xiaoyao also looked at Pu Yu, frowning slightly. Pu Yu looked very young, but his cultivation had reached the quasi-supreme level. He was much stronger than the immortal region's prodigies. Qi Lingkong of my Scarlet Owl race was killed by you. The 9-eyed evil dragon also stepped out, the 9 eyes on his face emitting a cold light. Jun Xiaoyao had single-handedly killed many geniuses from foreign lands. Therefore, he had long been on the foreign realm's kill list. The foreign army on the other side was made up of king clans, quasi-emperor clans, and emperor clans. Apart from the younger generation, there were also quasi-supreme experts from various clans. This power could be said to be extremely terrifying. At the moment, however, Jun Xiaoyao was the one who had to face everything alone. 1 man could hold the pass. 10,000 could not pass. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unfazed, as calm as ever. It was as if he was not facing a ferocious foreign army, but a group of ants. Let me kill this person. a young expert in the foreign army, directly attacked. He was dressed in a black monk's robe. His head was bald, and there were 6 marks. He looked like a monk. However, there were demonic patterns engraved all over his body. Nether energy surged, carrying a boundless, baleful aura. This was a young expert of the dark Nether monk race. It was rumored that a Buddhist lineage in the immortal region betrayed the foreign realm and became a king clan after falling. Heavenly Brahma, demonic voice. The young expert of the dark Nether monk race opened his mouth and shouted. The complex and ancient Buddhist heavenly voice reverberated, but it carried a fallen syllable, as if it had been demonized. The void in front of him was completely shattered. The stars collided and were directly annihilated. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he took a step forward. He completely ignored the heavenly Brahma demonic voice, and all sound waves could not get close to him. It was magic power immunity. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao's palm pressed down. It was as if there were stars and galaxies revolving around it, as if a vast sky was crushing down. Jun Xiaoyao, who had reached the Holy Lord realm, was not afraid even when facing a quasi-supreme at his peak. Not to mention this kind of ant. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. With a puff, the dark Nether monk was directly crushed into a bloody pulp. Let me do it! A shadow charged at Jun Xiaoyao like a bolt of lightning. It was an extremely strange and terrifying creature. Its body was like a centipede with 100 legs. The front half of its body was like a mantis, with 2 sharp arms like heavenly blades. This was the Mantis King clan of the foreign realm, like a combination of a mantis and a centipede. Although the Mantis King clan was not one of the top 10 king clans, it was ranked in the top 20 among the 100 king clans. This Mantis King clan expert was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! 2 sharp arms like a mantis slashed towards Jun Xiaoyao like heavenly blades. This clan did not know how to use any divine weapons at all. This was because their blade-like arms were their strongest weapons. They were fused with all kinds of divine iron and immortal gold and were comparable to the top supreme artifacts. However, Jun Xiaoyao only flicked his finger, and it landed on the blade-like arms of the Mantis King clan expert. Clang! A jarring sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. How is this possible? The young Mantis King clan expert was completely dumbfounded. His blade-like arms were always successful as long as he slashed out, and his opponent would usually be cut into 8 pieces. However, this young cultivator from the immortal realm in front of him easily blocked his attack with his physical body. Uft! Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger, and the immortal slaying sword Qi shot out, directly piercing through the head of the young Mantis King clan expert, and even his primordial spirit was shattered. Next, more than 10 King clan experts attacked one after another. It was not that those quasi-supreme experts would only watch in a daze. It was that the foreign realm's martial spirit was fierce. The humiliation of the younger generation had to be washed away by the younger generation. That was why the mighty ones of the royal families challenged Jun Xiaoyao one after another, intending to take down the invincible divine child of the Jun family of the immortal realm and show off the might of the geniuses of the other realms. However, after more than 10 battles in a row, Jun Xiaoyao killed more than 10 King clan prodigies by himself. It was dead silent all around. Even the expressions of those half-supreme being experts from the other side were extremely stunned. When did such a terrifying freak appear in the immortal realm? I'm afraid that when he grows up, he'll be another white-robed killing god. There were already quasi-supreme experts of the foreign realm who began to emit killing intent. They would not allow another person like Jun Wuhui to appear. Let me do it. The nine-eyed evil dragon stepped out from the foreign realm army. As a king clan prodigy, the nine-eyed evil dragon status was clearly not something the king clan prodigies could compare to. The great one from the king clan is about to attack. He will definitely take down Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing the nine-eyed evil dragon step out, many of the foreign realms prodigies cheered excitedly. If Jun Xiaoyao did not die, the foreign realm's younger generation would lose face. A cold smirk was seen at the corner of his mouth. So what if they were king clan prodigies? In his eyes, they were just fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Just as the great battle was about to begin, suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared in the distance. A dazzling golden lotus tore through the air and arrived. The fifth divine obsession had appeared. With the arrival of this divine obsession, the seal around the Azure Emperor's star began to tremble. Then a crack appeared. Chapter 871. The dazzling golden lotus landed in the sky above the Azure Emperor planet. It sat cross-legged with the other 4 divine obsessions. This divine obsession was the great sun golden lotus, which represented arrogance in the 7 sins. With the arrival of the 5th divine obsession, the entire Azure Emperor planet began to tremble. The mystical seal on the outside began to tremble violently. Then a crack appeared. This scene instantly turned the situation around. Even Pu Yao, who had been calm before, found it difficult to remain calm at this moment. The crack meant that they had a chance to enter in advance and seize the world tree. Let's kill this kid first, then enter the Azure Emperor planet. Some of the quasi-supremes from the other side were murderous. Originally, they wanted to use Jun Xiaoyao as a whetstone for the younger generation of the other side. Now, entering the Azure Emperor planet was more important than anything else. After all, other than the world tree, there might be other treasures hidden in the Azure Emperor planet. Rumble. One of the quasi-supremes from the other side directly attacked, pressing his palm toward Jun Xiaoyao. It was so powerful that it could collapse the sky. Humph! Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. As he raised his hand, his blood rushed into the sky, forming a golden blood dragon. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was displayed. Crack! Bang! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound rang out. The arm of the quasi-supremes who attacked was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. How could this be? The people from the other side were all stunned, their jaws almost falling to the ground. They could understand Jun Xiaoyao casually crushing the King family heaven's pride. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the descendant of Jun Wuhui, like father, like son. But now, the one who attacked was a quasi-supremes. This, Huang Nietian and the nine-eyed evil dragon were also slightly stunned. They suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Pu Yao's gaze abruptly turned sharp, and he no longer had the calm expression from before. With his cultivation as a quasi-supremes and his identity as one of the 10 heavenly kings. To be honest, Pu Yao didn't put Jun Xiaoyao on the same level as himself at the beginning. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the son of God of the Jun family of the immortal region. As for Tushan Xiaoxiao, her beautiful eyes were even brighter. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed a perfect man, 1 in a million. She was already planning how to tie him up and bring him back to the other side. Damn it, that quasi-supreme was flustered and exasperated. The eyes of the other quasi-supremes of the foreign domain were unprecedentedly cold. The talent and strength Jun Xiaoyao displayed already represented that in the future, he would be a great hidden danger to the other side. Kill! Several quasi-supremes attacked at the same time. He wanted to eliminate this threat directly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was incomparably calm from beginning to end. At this moment, a powerful quasi-supreme fluctuation spread out from the distant sky. You bastards from the other side, you dare to attack the Son of God? You are simply courting death. His roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. In another direction, a large group of people was rushing over. Shockingly, they were from the Immortal Region's camp. Meng Zhan and the other Grand Knights directly attacked, colliding with the quasi-supremes of the foreign domain. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over. He found that many teams had already gathered together. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, Long Yao, Jidawi, Ji Qingyi, Feather King, Yu Yunchang, most of the teams had gathered together. Obviously, the Immortal Region side also knew that it was inevitable for the divine will to break the seal. They could only come to the Azure Emperor Star and try their best to prevent the divine will from merging and obtaining the World Tree. However, before dealing with the divine will, they still had to deal with the foreign army. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate. He took a step forward and headed straight for the crack in the seal on the Azure Emperor planet. He was determined to obtain the World Tree. On the other side, Pu Yao, Tushan Xiao Xiao, Nine-Eyed Evil Dragon, Huang Yetian, and other geniuses also flashed over. Let's go too. The geniuses on the Immortal Regions side naturally also noticed the crack, and they all turned into streaks of light and rushed over. As for the remaining experts on both sides, they fought each other to prevent each other from entering. For a time, the entire starry sky around the Azure Emperor Star was filled with countless magical powers colliding, setting off monstrous ripples. A shocking battle unfolded. Jun Xiaoyao's figure turned into an afterimage, as if he was shuttling through the void. He instantly rushed to the Azure Emperor Star. As far as the eye could see, all kinds of vegetation were densely packed. Towering ancient trees, and a wild forest. Tens of thousands of years old herbs grew between the cliffs, emitting a dazzling divine light and a fragrance that made one's body go limp. These old herbs were extremely valuable. However, Jun Xiaoyao directly ignored them. Right now, he only had one goal, and that was the World Tree. Jun Xiaoyao was in the lead position, so he was the first to enter the Azure Emperor Star. Behind him, the geniuses from the Immortal Region and the other side also followed closely behind. With Jun Xiaoyao's speed, he arrived at the depths of the Azure Emperor Star in less than 15 minutes. There was a huge rift valley there. It was bottomless and emitted a strange aura. Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense the power of the world lurking within. Where the World Tree is. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear as he flashed in. Swoosh! An extremely fast shadow tore through the air, tearing the void, and all kinds of runes and divine chains of order were shattered. It was a whip-like vine that lashed toward Jun Xiaoyao. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would be injured if caught off guard. Jun Xiaoyao casually used his sword fingers and used the grass symbol sword technique. The leaves shook, and the sharp sword light could shatter the stars in the sky. The vine was directly cut into pieces. Then, Jun Xiaoyao quickly descended into the abyss of the Rift Valley. Among them was an ancient demonic vine whose aura had reached the Sacred Lord level. With Jun Xiaoyao's eyesight, he could naturally see that this was originally an extremely ordinary demonic vine. However, it had become so powerful after being soaked in the aura of the World Tree. This even more showed the power of creation of the World Tree. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao didn't have time to waste. He attacked forcefully and killed this sacred Lord demonic vine. Then, Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deeper. He discovered that there were countless spatial faults and incomplete ancient arrays under this Rift Valley. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed or teleported to other places in the Divine Ruins world. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao's divine sense was extremely powerful, so these obstacles were nothing to him. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the bottom of the Rift Valley first. As he went deeper into the place, the force of the world surged toward him like a surging tide. The bottom of this Rift Valley was almost deep inside the Lotus, the arch planet. It was like a vast underground world. And in the middle of the tide caused by the world power was an indescribably majestic giant tree. The galaxy surrounded its body, and stars decorated the crown of the tree like diamonds. The surrounding chaotic fog lingered, and the stars were as dense as grains of sand. With him as the center, the mighty power of the world surged in all directions. This ancient tree seemed to be born in the center of the universe. One leaf, one world. I found the World Tree. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up like never before. Chapter 872. The World Tree was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. It was even rarer than an emperor weapon. It could even be compared to an immortal weapon. It was something that even emperors coveted. It was extremely helpful in shaping the universe and was extremely valuable. Although Jun Xiaoyao had the spring of life, the immortal source, ancestral vein, and other rare treasures in his inner universe. However, they were still not as valuable as the world tree. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt it as well. In the inner verse, the lotus seed within the spring of life began to tremble slightly. It seemed like it would split open soon. So this is the world tree. It's a rare treasure of heaven and earth. A soft and cold voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and saw a group of foreign prodigies. The one who spoke was Pu Yao. Tushan Xiao, Huang Nietian, and the nine-eyed evil dragon were all there. There were also many other royal prodigies. No matter what, this person must die. Without wasting any time, the nine-eyed evil dragon of the Sin Dragon tribe made its move. Dark dragon qi erupted, swallowing heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. The evil dragon bloodline was an extremely powerful quasi-emperor race of the foreign lands. The scar on the fourth Master Scar's head was left behind by one of the strongest of the evil dragon tribe. Jun Xiaoyao die. The nine-eyed evil dragon opened its mouth and roared. A ray of black light shot out. It was a mini black dragon. The mini black dragon instantly transformed into a black dragon blade that was burning with hellfire. The black dragon blade slashed toward Jun Xiaoyao, setting off a torrent of hellfire. The eerie blade qi cut through the void and destroyed everything in its path. Jun Xiaoyao saw this and reached out to block the black dragon blade with his bare hands. Dazzling sparks accompanied the sound of metal clashing. White and black light surged from Jun Xiaoyao's hands, flowing with the will of life and death. The all-heaven wheel of death burst forth. Boom! The nine-eyed evil dragon felt as if its body was about to be torn apart. As for the black dragon blade, it was directly split into two. Splat! Half of the nine-eyed evil dragon's body was torn apart. Don't even think about it. Huang Nietian attacked as well. Blood-colored divine flames surged. Rumors had it that the Phoenix tribe of the Nine Heavens immortal realm had fallen from grace. Their innate blood-red divine flame could allow them to be reborn, but it could also destroy the bodies of their enemies. Blood-colored divine flames surged and condensed into a flaming blood phoenix. It pounced towards Jun Xiaoyao with extreme ferocity. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out a hand. Lightning twined around it as runes branded the void. The lightning emperor finger was displayed. It was as if the ancient lightning emperor had reached out. It was incomparably thick, gathering lightning, crushing that flame blood phoenix. Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the Kuan Pong and instantly appeared in front of Huang Nietian. Golden qi and blood soared into the heavens. A fist smashed down. Continuous cracking sounds could be heard. Huang Qixin's entire body exploded, and his nascent spirit shook violently. He had almost died. Huang Nietian released a shrill scream, quickly retreating towards the other side's camp. His entire body surged with bloody flames. In the end, he actually underwent rebirth, once again reconstructing his flesh. This clearly showed how powerful the fallen demon phoenix tribe was. However, Huang Nietian's face was extremely pale. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. He was a genius of a quasi-emperor clan, yet he couldn't even last a single round against Jun Xiaoyao. What kind of monster did the Jun family of the immortal realm have? Following this, many geniuses of the other side shifted their attention to Pu Yao and Tushan Xiao. Perhaps only these geniuses of the monarch clans were qualified to fight against Jun Xiaoyao. Interesting, but today I must get the world tree, and you must die, Pu Yao said coldly. He didn't make a move himself. Instead, several figures appeared beside him. They were the geniuses of the immortal realm that he had controlled with the cat-tail demon seeds. There was even a Grand Knight of the Quasi-Supreme level among them. The coldness in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes deepened when he saw these people charging at him. The Cat-Tail Demon tribe was infamous in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. The strongest expert of the tribe, the Cat-Tail Demon King, could even control the quasi-emperors of the immortal realm with the Cat-Tail Demon seeds. Even the emperors of the immortal realm had been controlled in the history books. From this, it could be seen how powerful this clan was and how intimidating it was. It could be said that each member of the Cat-Tail Demon tribe was an army. Because they could control many enemies, they were a great threat to the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao executed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 reincarnation vortexes crushed forward like a universe. Rumble. The powerful force exploded the void. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. All kinds of divine chains of order shot out. Apart from the Grand Knight of the Quasi-Supreme level, the other experts of the immortal realm that were controlled by the parasites were killed by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. His invincible aura shook the surroundings. The Grand Knight that was controlled charged at Jun Xiaoyao with the aura of a Quasi-Supreme spreading. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook. With the support of the immortal body of the great, all-embracing immortal, he threw a punch with the power of the sacred body. Bang! Ripples spread in all directions. The Grand Knight was the one who was knocked back. Isn't this too terrifying? He's suppressing a Quasi-Supreme as a sacred leader? The geniuses of the other side were extremely shocked. They knew their average strength was much higher than the cultivators of the immortal realm. At the same cultivation level, the creatures of the other side definitely had the upper hand. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's combat strength couldn't be measured by cultivation level at all. It was unbelievably strong. There was a huge gap between a sacred leader and a quasi-supreme, but Jun Xiaoyao could cross it. Fortunately, we found him now. If we let him develop for a few more years, he might really become another god of slaughter, Pu Yao said calmly. He seemed to have confirmed that Jun Xiaoyao would die today. On the other hand, Tushan Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flickered as she thought of a plan. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to die, because Jun Xiaoyao had a special meaning to her. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao punched out, causing the void to distort. Thousands of rays of light drowned out the world. A hint of struggle appeared in the Grand Knight's eyes as he muttered a few words. Please kill me. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. A wisp of reincarnation immortal qi supported his arm, and then he punched down with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Uft! The quasi-supreme Grand Knight was killed. Before he died, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. This made Jun Xiaoyao even colder towards Pu Yao. It seems that before I get the world tree, I'll have to kill you ants first. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. A great battle was about to break out. Whoosh! 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 However, at this moment, a few more figures arrived. They were the immortal domains, sky prides. Almost all of the outlawed sky prides who were gathered in the original imperial city were here. Whether it was Gu Tizi, Ling Yan, Ji Daoi, Long Yao, or Gu Tizi who were on the opposite side of Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Lingsang, Lord Grim, and the others who were on Jun Xiaoyao's side were all here. Seeing this, there was some commotion on the foreign domain side. After all, Jun Xiaoyao alone was terrifying enough. He killed so many people that they didn't have any temper. Now, another group of outlawed sky prides from the immortal domain had arrived. Even if they had Pu Yao and the others, they were still cautious and vigilant. The world tree. Gu Tizi and the others also saw the world tree, and they couldn't help but have a fiery look in their eyes. Then his gaze fell on Jun Xiaoyao. The atmosphere was a little strange for a moment. However, what happened next was extremely unexpected for the foreign domain's living beings. Gu Tizi's gaze was cold as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao, and he said faintly, Jun Xiaoyao, this is the place where your legend ends. Not bad, right? Chapter 873. Gu Tizi's words completely froze the atmosphere. On immortal domain's side, many heavenly geniuses revealed looks of surprise. some even carrying shock. At this type of critical juncture, could it be that Gutizi was going to act against Jun Xiaoyao? The foreign creatures were even a bit confused, thinking that they misheard. What kind of trouble was this? Could it be that it shouldn't be a great battle between Immortal Domain and the other side? Why did it seem like Immortal Domain was going to have internal strife now? Interesting. Pu Yao's eyes revealed a hint of rumination. He didn't act blindly without thinking. This type of situation was something he didn't expect at all. Gutizi, you are impudent. Jun Lingsang and Lord Grimm's eyes revealed extreme cold intent. At this type of critical juncture, Gutizi actually turned around, targeting Jun Xiaoyao. They all said that the greater picture was the most important. Now it seemed like Gutizi didn't know what the greater picture was. Ha ha! Jun Xiaoyao is an anomaly throughout time, someone who defies the heavens. Not even immortal domains can tolerate him, sending down the 7 emperors to kill him. I, Gutizi, comply with the will of the heavens, inherit the position of the 7 emperors. Killing Jun Xiaoyao, isn't this to be expected? After Jun Xiaoyao falls, the heavens will bestow the heavenly Dao crown. At that time, a new immortal domain leader will naturally be chosen to protect immortal domain. Gutizi held his head high and chest out, his bearing extraordinary. The words he spoke were also dignified, impossible to refute. Ha ha! I fear that immortal domain's leader is what you want to obtain, right? Towards Gutizi's provocation, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised in the slightest. It was better to say that this was completely within his plans. Gutizi was proud and arrogant, naturally unable to endure the glory of this world being seized by Jun Xiaoyao. That was why he wanted to fight. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to fight for this world's mandate. Let me go first. A beautiful figure stood out. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her long legs were lustrous and glossy. Her long purple hair was as smooth and shiny as silk. Her beautiful face was filled with determination, and her noble purple-gold phoenix eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It was the transformed Long Yao. Long Yao. Er's transformation was not only in her appearance. Her aura had also become extremely powerful. She had always been obsessed with fighting Jun Xiaoyao again. This was the obsession of an overlord. Loser, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. The past is the past. Today, everything will be rewritten. Long Yao also did not speak much nonsense and directly attacked. She clenched her 5 fingers tightly and punched out with a slender fist that carried a mighty force that could destroy the heavens. The monstrous purple overlord bodies, qi and blood, surged like a tide. Jun Xiaoyao strode forward like a divine king. Every step he took caused the space around him to tremble. He stretched out his palm, and it was like the hand of an ancient god. It covered the sky and the sun, vast and mighty. The power of the sacred body, the great Luo immortal body, and the power of 100,000 divine elephants. The divine power doubled as it crushed forward. Bang! It was just one blow, but Long Yao was forced back. She felt a terrifying crushing force that made her body unable to bear it. How is this possible? Long Yao was stunned. Jun Xiaoyao would not give her a chance to react. He punched out, and the Kuan Pong was immeasurable. Endless runes formed an immemorial Kuan Pong. With a thought, wind and thunder shook, crushing everything in the world. Uft! Long Yao was sent flying again, and she spat out blood. Her hair danced in the wind, and a vast dragon's aura burst out. Behind her, an ancient great void dragon that filled the sky appeared. The power of the ancient golden dragon's bloodline was pushed to the extreme. Dragon Emperor immeasurable. At this moment, Long Yao was like a dragon empress that stood above thousands of dragons. Her power was monstrous, and she was terrifying. Under this pressure, many prodigies felt suffocated. This is the ancient golden dragon's bloodline. Long Yao, is really heaven-defying, some prodigies exclaimed. The ancient golden dragon's bloodline combined with the hegemonic body of the heavens. This talent was simply amazing. If it were any other opponent, they would probably be shocked. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. He was not interested in wasting time with a defeated opponent. He stomped his foot, and an equally majestic figure appeared behind him. Sacred Body Avatar, Immortal King, descends to the 9 heavens. On one side was the Ancient Dragon Avatar, and on the other side was the Immortal King Avatar. The fluctuations that overflowed caused a huge tremor. If it were not for the world tree stabilizing the space, the void would have been torn apart. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword, and the immortal slaying sword Qi swept out. With the support of the Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. The power of this move doubled. The sword Qi that was as thick as a mountain ridge collapsed the space in front of it. Runes exploded, and the divine chains of order were cut apart. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Amidst the endless smoke and dust, a ray of green light suddenly pierced through the void. It was a bronze spear stained with dark, golden blood. This was an ancient artifact used by the ancestors of the Overlord Ancestral Hall, and it had once pierced through a sacred body. The bronze spear pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao's chest at lightning speed. This could be said to be a killing move that caught people off guard. Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly, raised his hand, and directly grabbed the bronze spear with both hands. The bronze spear shook violently, and a sharp aura erupted, shaking Jun Xiaoyao's palm slightly numb, but he was unable to shake it off. Jun Xiaoyao turned his hand, supported it with divine power, and threw it at Long Yao. Poof! The sound of an artifact piercing flesh was heard. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Long Yao was directly pierced by the bronze spear and nailed to the mountain in the distance. Although it did not penetrate a fatal part, it still made Long Yao spit out large mouthfuls of blood mixed with broken organs. She was in a state of absent-minded disbelief. This son of God said, "You are a dog for one day, a dog for life." His words were like steel needles, deeply piercing into Long Yao's heart. Her defense was broken again, and her Tao heart was about to collapse. It was fine if she lost the first time. Now that she had awakened her bloodline, her strength was even stronger than before, but she still lost. Moreover, it was in such a direct and humiliating way. A person who is going to die still dares to be so arrogant. Jun Xiaoyao, let me see your strength. Ji Daoi stepped out, and his aura was extremely powerful. As the successor of the human immortal sect, he even had the background of a forbidden family. His strength was unfathomable. Enough. If you really want to take turns to fight, you have to ask for our opinion first. Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm stepped out. As for Jun Qingyan and Jun Yinhuang of the Jun family's hidden lineage, they did not step out. Especially Jun Qingyan, whose eyes were filled with a complicated look. She was very grateful to Jun Xiaoyao, but she also knew what might happen next. Brother Jun is not fighting alone. Huan Wang stepped out as well. Haha, this is a matter between the 7 rebellious emperors and Jun Xiaoyao. The rest of you should stay out of it. On the Xianting side, Song Li, Yao Qing, Xing Lu, and the other successors of the immortal orthodoxies also stepped out, opposing Jun Lingsong and the others. That's right. I also want to see this show. Pu Yao smiled slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a show, and he naturally wanted to see the result. Seeing the situation, Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm's faces darkened. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, the reason why you're so famous is because I haven't been born yet. Ji Daoi's body shook, and a total of 10 streaks of immortal qi burst out at the same time, and the power was earth-shattering. Many people were extremely shocked. 10 streaks of immortal qi? Is he still human? However, Jun Xiaoyao, who saw this scene, had a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Chapter 874. Right now, around Ji Daoi's body, 10 streaks of immortal energy were like dragons, winding about the surface of his body. It was extremely shocking, eye-catching. 9 is an extreme number. Ji Daoi actually broke through the limit of 9. On immortal domain side, a few heavenly talents were shocked. This type of monster, even in the past great eras, it was hard for even a few of them to appear, worthy of being the human immortal body. There were also people who sighed with admiration. The human immortal body was similarly a powerful physique, good at cultivating immortal energy, guiding immortal energy to refine the body, forging an unmatched precious body. It could be said that, in terms of flesh, the human immortal body wasn't much weaker than the sacred body and tyrant body. It wasn't just immortal domain side. Even on the other side, many creatures revealed shocked expressions. In this era of great competition, immortal domain has produced a few figures. Pu Yao said calmly. However, his expression was still calm, because his cultivation was at the half-supreme being realm, still a bit stronger than immortal domain's heavenly talents. Is this what you're relying on? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. In his opinion, Ji Daoi's flaunting was like a player who had just left a novice village, mocking a max-level big shot. Immortal energy, I also have it. Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled. Flesh immortal energy, all life source energy, reincarnation immortal energy, void immortal energy, sin karma immortal energy, ascension immortal energy, devouring immortal energy, great Tao immortal energy, life and death immortal energy, creation immortal energy, world immortal energy, origin magnetic immortal energy. A total of 12 streaks of immortal energy erupted at the same time. They were like 12 giant immortal energy dragons, appearing around Jun Xiaoyao's body. Heavenly flowers fell. Golden lotuses surged from the ground. Immortal radiance surging. Great Tao order interweaving. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao was like a peerless white, clothed immortal king who walked out from ancient history, transcendent and unmatched, shocking everyone here. Deathly silence, no one could make a sound. 12 streaks of immortal energy. It was enough to topple all knowledge. If 10 streaks of immortal energy was breaking the limits of heaven and earth, then what were 12 streaks of immortal energy considered? Monster? Monster? Variable. They felt like all adjectives weren't enough to describe Jun Xiaoyao's stunning peerlessness. Regardless of whether it was immortal domain or the other side, everyone's minds rumbling, trembling, as if millions and millions of lightning bolts rumbling. This feeling was too unreal. It was as if he was facing a living legend. Even Pu Yao was stunned, let alone the ordinary prodigies. It seemed like even among their 10 heavenly kings, there weren't many who were as freakish as Jun Xiaoyao, right? Tushan Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shone even brighter. With such heaven-defying aptitude, he definitely had the ability to elevate the 5 sisters to the extreme. This is impossible. I have the human immortal body that is best at cultivating immortal qi. Ji Dao was stunned. He had been cultivating in seclusion for so long in order to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and he had indeed done it. When he was born, his 10 strands of immortal qi shook the entire ancient ultimate road. This made countless old antiques sigh in admiration. They believed that he would become the wave maker of this world of great battles, an absolute main character. But now, he looked at the 12 strands of immortal energy around Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Daoi was puzzled, sinking into deep self-doubt. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was too monstrous. Or was he too trashy? No. 12 strands of immortal qi. There's definitely something strange. You can't perfectly use the power of 12 strands of immortal qi. Ji Daoi said as if he was trying to comfort himself. Cultivating immortal qi didn't mean that one could perfectly use its power. As the human immortal body, he could naturally fully use the power of 10 strands of immortal qi. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, his eyes were still filled with mockery. The weak would always find excuses for themselves, and the strong would ignore everything. One move is enough to deal with you. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, as if gathering power. Rumble. The power of 12 strands of immortal qi began to converge on Jun Xiaoyao's raised palm. Blinding immortal light burst out, and a boundless and terrifying power was brewing, like a storm of immortal qi, but also like a vortex. 12 strands of immortal qi spun and converged on Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Not good. Ji Daoyi felt an extreme sense of danger. Jun Xiaoyao could also perfectly use the power of 12 strands of immortal qi. Heavenly Dao technique. Without hesitation, Ji Daoyi used his family's forbidden technique. The 10 strands of immortal qi merged into one. Immortal light surged, and the shadow of a god appeared vaguely. The light of the great Dao flickered, and thousands of divine chains of order intertwined. This taboo technique was extremely powerful, but Jun Xiaoyao only punched out. The 12 strands of immortal qi coiled around his arm like dragons. The blinding immortal light drowned the entire area. Rumble. In the end, only the deafening sound of explosions could be heard, as well as the sound of the void shattering. Blood splattered, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Ji Daoyi was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like cracked porcelain, and there were wounds everywhere. Blood was flowing out. He was in an extremely sorry state. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that. This successor of the human immortal sect would be beaten to such a sorry state by one move. This, the saintess of the human immortal sect, Ji Qingyi, was also present. Her clear eyes were also filled with surprise. Although on the surface, Ji Daoyi was strong enough to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but in her heart, she didn't think that Ji Daoyi could defeat Jun Xiaoyao. But Ji Qingyi didn't expect that Ji Daoyi couldn't even take one move from Jun Xiaoyao. This was a little ridiculous. This was a prodigy who had cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi. Seeing this, Gu Tizi's pupils constricted, and his expression became more serious than before. But when he thought of his trump card, Gu Tizi was still very calm. Cough, cough. Ji Daoyi was a little dazed. If it weren't for the intense pain in his body that pulled him back to reality, he might even think that he was dreaming. Defeated in one move. What kind of humiliation was this to him? Ji Daoyi's face turned pale. He felt that his birth was a joke. He was just Jun Xiaoyao's stepping stone. No, actually he wasn't even a stepping stone, because Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about him at all. He didn't purposely use him as a stepping stone. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who took the initiative to give Jun Xiaoyao a slap in the face. This was no different from asking for a beating. Uft! Thinking of this, Ji Daoyi was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Ji Daoyi, and he didn't care about his background. He looked at Gu Tizi and said calmly, "Gu Tizi, you should also want to fight. Then come at me." Unexpectedly, Gu Tizi smiled and said, "Jun Xiaoyao, do you think I'm so naive? Since the heavens have appointed the 7 sovereigns, then the 7 sovereigns naturally have to fight together to deal with you. I won't show off and fight alone." Gu Tizi's words surprised many people. They thought that Gu Tizi was proud and arrogant and would also fight Jun Xiaoyao alone. But now it seemed that Gu Tizi's plan was obviously deeper. In his opinion, face and whatnot weren't as important as the result. There were thousands of history books, but the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. This kind of person was the most dangerous, because in order to achieve his goal, he would use all kinds of schemes. He wouldn't have a bottom line. "Oh, you mean that the 7 sovereigns are all here?" Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept across the scene. It seemed that the identities of the 7 sovereigns would be completely revealed today. Chapter 875. To be honest, ever since the game between Jun Xiaoyao and the heavens began, everyone was curious. Everyone was curious about who the 7 defiant emperors were. After all, the 7 defiant emperors chosen by the heavens were obviously not ordinary people. You will know. Attack! Gu Tizi said and attacked first. Li Hexagram, heavenly fire! Gu Tizi attacked. The crimson runes of the Li Hexagram appeared in the void and turned into flames that could burn the world. The Fuxi sacred body controlled the power of the 8 trigrams. It could freely control the 8 natural forces between heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Gu Tizi was like an emperor who controlled the 8 extremes. His power was monstrous, and his attack shocked everyone. As expected of the successor of the Fuxi celestial legacy, many people's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Tizi and Ling Yan were the core prodigies of the Xian Ting. The number of times Gu Tizi attacked could be counted on one hand. Not many people knew his true strength. Now that the tip of the iceberg was revealed, it was indeed shocking. Jun Xiaoyao, no matter what, you won't be able to escape today. Ji Daoyi took a pill. His blood surged, and his immortal light flowed. His human immortal body began to recover at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he let out a long roar and followed closely behind. Behind him, Long Yao also pulled out the bronze battle spear from her body. Her dragon blood and tyrant blood boiled. She also made her move. Then a person in a black robe took off her robe and revealed her figure. It was a pale girl holding the scythe of death. It was Xian Yu. She let out a sigh. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao did not leave the world of the ruins of God, as she said. Xian Yu also made her move. In an instant, 4 top prodigies had already made their move. Do you really think we don't exist? Jun Lingsong, Lord Grim, and the others took a step forward. However, Song Li, Yao Qing, Wei Qianqian, Xing Lu, and the other successors of the celestial legacy blocked them. Today, the legend will end. Obviously, the Xian Ting was serious this time. If Jun Xiaoyao did not die, he would undoubtedly become the top figure of the Jun family in the future. It would not be good for the Xian Ting's hegemonic rule. Come. Let's see who can take the life of the Son of God today. Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled, and a silver, slender armor that glowed with 7-colored divine light emerged from his body. It was the rainbow sacred dragon armor. Jun Xiaoyao then flipped his wrist, and a surge of primordial killing intent that could shake the heavens burst out. It was Boundary Emperor, halberd at that moment. Jun Xiaoyao, who was clad in armor and holding a halberd in his hand, looked like a reincarnated god of war. His aura filled the air and shook the entire place. Kill! The Emperor linked song. With a sweep of the great barren halberd, the sharp halberd radiance destroyed everything in its path and destroyed the attacks of the ancient prince and the rest. Chi! Gu Tizi opened his mouth and took out an 8-trigram sword. Elemental energy swirled around it. His figure shuddered as 10 streams of immortal qi appeared too. This was enough to shock everyone. Ji Daoyi was able to cultivate 10 strands of immortal qi because he had the human immortal body and was best at cultivating immortal qi. As for Gu Tizi, he could actually cultivate 10 strands of immortal qi. This was enough to prove his monstrous talent. If it wasn't for Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Tizi's brilliance would definitely not be overshadowed. Human immortal fist. The moment Ji Dao punched out, his dermic powers exploded. It was as if a human immortal was punching out, destroying the heavens. 9 great godly forms. Long Yao also unleashed her ultimate moves. The Kuan Peng divine form, the great Bell Dao body, the true dragon Dharma body, the immortal phoenix feather, and many other divine forms appeared. On the other hand, Mystic Moon simply slashed down with her scythe. It could be said that even a pseudo-utmost exalt would have to treat the attacks of the Force seriously. Jun Xiaoyao infused his dermic powers into the great Baron halberd. A terrifying destructive power burst out. It was as if a fiend god had descended to the world and cut off the world. Rumble. It was as if 100 nuclear bombs had exploded at the same time, or countless planets had been destroyed at the same time. The world was filled with a destructive force field. If it weren't for the World Tree, this place would have definitely collapsed. Ling Yan, what are you waiting for? Don't forget about the position of the young king, Gutizi yelled. He had reached an agreement with Ling Yan before. He would give up the position of the young king, but Ling Yan would help him kill Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan, who came back to her senses, showed a hint of hesitation in her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. Ling Yuan bit her red lips as she looked at the white-clothed man who was sweeping through everything in his path. Then she still made a move. She waved her hand, and the deity palm of Empress Hua pressed down. The 5th of the 7 defiant emperors had joined the battle. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised to see Ling Yan make a move. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Then, another person made a move. However, this person had exceeded everyone's expectations. Jun Yinhuang. How is this possible? Lord Grimm and Jun Lingsong's expressions changed when they saw this. Could it be, I'm sorry? Jun Yinhuang slowly raised his hand, and a seal of proving Tao floated in his palm. Jun Yinhuang of the Jun family's hidden branch was actually one of the 7 defiant emperors. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was definitely beyond their expectations. Haha, Jun Xiaoyao, what do you think? Is this a joke from the heavens? Gu Tizi couldn't help but laugh. What did it mean to be a joke? This was a joke from the heavens. Aren't you very powerful? Then, why did the heavens appoint a member of the Jun family as one of the 7 defiant emperors? If Jun Xiaoyao really killed Jun Yinhuang, then he wouldn't be able to let the Jun family's hidden branch return to the main branch. Jun Yinhuang and Jun Xianming were not on the same level at all. Jun Yinhuang was one of the 2 talents of the Jun family's hidden branch. It wouldn't matter if Jun Xiaoyao killed Jun Xianming, but if he killed Jun Yinhuang, then the impact would be huge. It might even lead to a complete split between the main branch and the hidden branch of the Jun family. This was also why Gu Tizi had such a conjecture when the 7 defiant emperors were gathered. He vaguely felt that the aura of the black-robed man was of the same lineage as the Jun family. Therefore, he guessed that there was a member of the 7 defiant emperors in the Jun family. This was the situation he wanted to see. Without any hesitation, Jun Yinhuang made a move. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change much when he saw this. Gu Tizi sneered, Jun Xiaoyao, now you should know how stupid it is to fight with the heavens. You will never win against the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, it's still unknown who will win and who will lose. You are still so confident. Gu Tizi narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know why, but there was a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. He felt as if he had miscalculated something. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how Jun Xiaoyao could turn the situation around. Then the 6 of them attacked at the same time, forming a tide of magic power that was enough to drown this part of the world. Jun Xiaoyao's qi and blood turned into a long dragon that soared into the sky. With the support of the power of the Sumer realm, the great Baron halberd could split open an ancient planet with life. At this moment, the extreme battle broke out. Suddenly, a light shadow with the Emperor's aura stabbed toward Jun Xiaoyao's back. It was a long spear that seemed to be condensed from dazzling brilliance and entwined with divine chains of order. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be unable to react at all. The 7-colored sacred dragon armor was pierced through by the light spear. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook, but his expression didn't change. However, with a faint sense of regret, he sighed. Sure enough, friends are a luxury. Jun Xiaoyao slowly turned his head and looked at the handsome, silver-haired figure behind him. Chapter 876. This sudden scene caused the entire place to go deathly silent for a moment. the most unexpected scene happened. The person who shouldn't have attacked Jun Xiaoyao actually attacked Jun Xiaoyao. This. Jun Lingsong, Lord Grim, and the others had a sharp look in their eyes. This was also beyond their expectations. Not only them, but even Gu Tizi and the other candidates of the 7 sovereigns were a little shocked. This was because they didn't guess the identity of the last black-robed man during the secret meeting of the 7 sovereigns. Now, the identity of the last of the 7 sovereigns was finally revealed. It was the Ascendant Jin Dynasty's Ascendant King. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my brother be one of the 7 sovereigns? If one were to ask who was the most affected out of everyone present, it would be Yu Yunchang. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. Her body couldn't support it anymore, and her eyes were trembling silently. One of them was her brother, whom she respected the most and admired since she was young. The other was the man who made her heart beat for the first time. Why did this happen? Yu Yunchang couldn't take it. The Ascendant King's silver hair danced in the wind. He was handsome, and his face was so handsome that it felt unreal. He was one of the few people in the immortal realm who was close to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of looks. Of course, his strength was also unfathomable. The light spear was intertwined with divine chains of order and had snow-white feathers dancing in the wind. That was the imprint of the Ascendant Jin Dynasty's imperial weapon, the Ascendant God Spear. It was said that anyone who was pierced by the real Ascendant God Spear would die, leaving only feathers on the ground. Although the Ascendant King was only holding the imprint of the Ascendant God Spear, it was still powerful enough. What surprised the Ascendant King was that his Ascendant God Spear imprint couldn't pierce through Jun Xiaoyao's body. Furthermore, judging from Jun Xiaoyao's expression, he didn't seem to be too surprised. "You already knew?" the Ascendant King asked. "So what if I knew? So what if I didn't? Is there a difference?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. It was hard to tell if that smile was mocking or something else. Jun Xiaoyao was well aware of some things. However, he was unwilling to say it out loud. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was standing too high. There were too few people who were qualified to be his friend. Truth be told, when the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others tried to encircle and kill you on the buried Emperor Star, I was prepared to act. However, after seeing how easily you crushed them, I feel that I should get to know you better. Perhaps being friends with you is not a bad choice, the Feather King said indifferently. What a pity. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. What's a pity? Ascension King asked. If you continue to hide like this, I can actually pretend that I don't know. After all, friends are indeed very extravagant, but Jun Xiaoyao, hate betrayal even more. Jun Xiaoyao's saintly body shook, and violent ripples of magic power spread out. The Ascendant King was pushed back, and there was a grave expression in his eyes. No, big brother, don't do it. Yu Yunchang pleaded. She was unwilling to see such a scene. Yunchang, there are many things that are beyond one's control. If you don't fight, you will be eliminated. The Ascendant King did not regret his decision. No one was willing to be buried in obscurity. In this era of great competition, only by going all out would one have the possibility of rising up. Gu Tizi, Ling Yan, Ji Daoi, Long Yao, Xian Yu, Junin Huang, and the Ascendant King. The 7 most powerful sky prides attacked at the same time. The pressure was self-evident. Even Pu Yao's expression would change. Come, all of you, let this son of God see how capable the 7 chess pieces arranged by the heavens are. Jun Xiaoyao wore the 7-colored sacred dragon armor and held the great desolate halberd in his hand. Behind him, the immortal king, descending 9 heavens, avatar appeared. Then, yin-yang rotated and the yin-yang diagram of life and death appeared. Chaotic aura spread out and green lotuses bloomed. Chaotic seed green lotuses. Around him, the illusory figures of the myriad Tao sages appeared. reverence of the myriad sages. The 4 sacred physique avatars appeared at the same time. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was fighting against the 7 sovereigns of destiny by himself. Jun Xiaoyao, you alone can't overturn the heavens. Gu Tizi's voice was mighty. The Fushi 8 trigrams avatar appeared behind him. Ling Yan gritted her teeth. Immortal light also surged behind her. Another avatar appeared. It was a blurry female immortal who was mending the heavens with one hand. Empress Wa's sacred physique avatar, New Wa mending the heavens. In addition, Ji Daoi also let out a long roar to vent the humiliation and hatred in his heart. Behind him, a human immortal avatar appeared. It was majestic as if it had descended from the immortal world. Long Yao and the others also had their own avatars as their trump cards. It could be said that this was an unprecedented battle. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the universe was destroyed. Even the space was on the verge of collapse. The entire surface of the Lotus Tharch planet was starting to crack. At the same time that the battle broke out on the Lotus Tharch planet, in a space not far from the Lotus Tharch planet, a beautiful figure hurriedly swept across the void. It was a young girl as beautiful as a fairy. She wore a moon-white light gauze dress, and her face was almost perfect. Her figure was excellent, and her pair of white silk legs were perfect. It was Fairy Yuan. She felt her heart beating very fast, as if something bad was about to happen. Young Master Jun! Fairy Yuan flew through the void with an anxious look on her face. She had to stop it. Although with her strength, she might not be able to change anything, but she still had a way that could change the situation. Therefore, she had to find Jun Xiaoyao. Just as Fairy Yuan was flying unswervingly in the direction of the Lotus Tharch planet, an icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. You are Fairy Yuan. Hearing this voice, Fairy Yuan's expression changed. When she turned her head, she saw the chaotic aura behind her surging like a tide. A figure stepped out from it. The 10 princes of Jinwu. Fairy Yuan's face instantly turned ugly. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you going to find Jun Xiaoyao? Very well. Let me let you die in front of him. I wonder if he will feel pain? The 10 princes of Jinwu raised his hand, and the chaotic aura surged, turning into a law hand that grabbed Fairy Yuan. Looking at Fairy Yuan's exquisite face, the 10 princes of Jinwu hated Jun Xiaoyao even more. The reason was simple. After that nightmare, the 10 princes of Jinwu had completely withered. Even if there was a beautiful girl like Fairy Yuan in front of him, he had no interest at all. He had completely lost his instincts as a male. He didn't even have the mood to humiliate Fairy Yuan. This was very miserable. Right now, the 10 princes of Jinwu only wanted Jun Xiaoyao to taste pain 1,000,000 times worse than him. No, it's impossible to use me to threaten young Master Jun. Fairy Yuan, who was caught, calmed down. She understood that her weight in Jun Xiaoyao's heart was not nothing, but it was definitely not much. At most, she could only leave a trace in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was the light that saved her life. Haha, I can't wait to watch this good show. The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression was twisted and cold. The wings on his back shook, and he turned into a swift stream of light, breaking through space and flying towards the Qing Emperor planet. However, what even the 10 princes of Jinwu did not notice was, not long after he left, a figure quietly appeared. The time is about right, the figure murmured. If the 10 princes of Jinwu were here, he would definitely scream. This was the mysterious seed-level prodigy. Chapter 877. The surroundings of the Lotus Emperor planet were currently engulfed in the flames of war. The knights of the immortal realm and the soldiers at the border were fighting against the army of the foreign realm. Meanwhile, on the Lotus Emperor planet, Jun Xiaoyao was fighting against the 7 emperors. He had to admit that the 7 emperors appointed by the Heavenly Will were all very strong. If they were to grow up, They would be the rising stars of this era. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was taking on the 7 peerless geniuses on his own. Even the prodigies from the other side felt an inexplicable sense of admiration for such boldness. Luckily, he's from the immortal realm. Otherwise, even the 7 minor monarchs would lose a lot of their glory, let alone the 10 heavenly kings. Pu Yao exclaimed, "Only the seeds of the immortal realm could stand a chance against the 10 heavenly kings of the foreign realm. As for the 7 minor monarchs, they were the best of the best among the younger generation of the foreign realm. Only the strongest seeds of the immortal realm could barely stand a chance against them. If a peerless genius like Jun Xiaoyao was in the foreign realm, they would do everything they could to nurture him. The funny thing is the 9 heavens immortal realm is trying to kill him." Tushan Xiaoxiao shook her head with a hint of disdain. "That's why I said the people of the immortal realm are short-sighted and idiotic." "But it's fine too, we can get rid of a great threat," Pu Yao said. He only needed to watch the show. As for the Tree of World, even though Pu Yao was eager to claim it. However, if he made a move, the immortal realm would not just sit still and watch him claim the Tree of World. They might even stop fighting among themselves and turn their attention to him. Therefore, Pu Yao would rather wait for an outcome before making his move. Time was on the foreign realm side. Rumble. Different colors surged on the battlefield as the chains of order intertwined with one another. The brilliance of the great Tao flickered. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Even the chaos chi was unleashed. It surged wildly and surged like an ocean. A battle of this level was the strongest among the younger generation. It was rare to see something like this even after a few eras. Jun Xiaoyao was wearing the sacred 7-colored dragon armor. He was swinging the great desolation halberd like an unstoppable immortal emperor. A single swing of the halberd destroyed the surroundings. On top of the power of his sacred flesh and the immortal body of the great immortal realm, every move cut the void into pieces. Of course, Gutizi and the others were not weak either. Any one of them would be an outstanding figure, let alone 7 of them at the same time. Even a quasi-supreme would be completely suppressed. Kuin trigram, sand waterfall, sky, burial. Gutizi performed another divination in the void of space. Suddenly, the ground caved in, and countless amounts of sand rolled up like a waterfall, wanting to bury Jun Xiaoyao within it. Jun Xiaoyao's qi and blood filled the sky. The yin-yang life and death diagram behind him rotated and pressed down to block the attack. 9 godly forms seal the heavens and decimate the earth. Long Yao used the ultimate move of the tyrant body, and the 9 divine apparitions turned into an immortal cage, trying to seal Jun Xiaoyao inside. Jun Xiaoyao punched out, shattering the void and blasting the divine form away. 1 heavenly Tao spell, falling celestial finger. Around Ji Daoi, 10 streaks of celestial qi surged, gathering to form a huge finger. It was as if a celestial had crossed over from the celestial realm, and this finger shot out murderously. A single finger could cause an immortal to fall. Jun Xiaoyao also pointed out with his finger, and lightning raged, shaking the heavens. Lightning Emperor's great mystique, Lightning Emperor finger. The 2 huge fingers collided in the void, and huge waves erupted. It was as if a lightning emperor and a human immortal were exchanging blows, and the shock waves were extremely terrifying. Feather, immortal scripture. The Feather Monarch also used his ultimate move. He had obtained the inheritance of the Feather Jin Dynasty's immortal, the Feather Monarch, on the buried Emperor Star. The Feather Monarch wasn't the most famous among the emperors, and he was very low-key. However, his strength was definitely terrifying among the emperors. The inheritance he left behind was naturally also terrifying. Countless streaks of ascension light appeared around the Feather Monarch. Every streak of ascension light was enough to easily kill a sage. Countless streaks of ascension light shot towards Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao activated his supreme bone. It was as if there was a bright sun hidden in his chest. Divine light surged, and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors appeared. The glaring light of calamity burst out from Jun Xiaoyao's chest and collided with the streaks of ascension light. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was going all out at this moment. The power of the sacred body of the ancients and the supreme bone were both activated. For a moment, the 7 defiant emperors were completely unable to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. This is ridiculous. Not to mention those from the immortal region. Even the prodigies from the foreign domain were a little speechless. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was just too terrifying. He wasn't at a disadvantage even when fighting against 7 people alone. On the contrary, he looked very calm. Gu Tizi's eyes darkened when he saw this. However, he wasn't surprised. Jun Xiaoyao's strength couldn't be judged by common sense. He didn't expect that the 7 defiant emperors alone would be able to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Show me what you've got, Gu Tizi said. After he finished speaking, he took out his trump card first. A stone tablet with an extremely powerful aura appeared in the void. It was the imprint of the imperial weapon of the Fuxi immortal lineage, the Fuxi Dragon Tablet. The Fuxi Dragon Tablet was also very famous among the imperial weapons. It was even the strongest among the imperial weapons. It was rumored that it had reached the level of a quasi-immortal weapon. The Fuxi Dragon Tablet appeared in the void. It had a terrifying aura that could suppress heaven and earth. The pressure was extremely strong. Ling Yan sighed in her heart when she saw this. Auspicious clouds bloomed between her snow-white eyebrows. A 5-colored strange stone emitted endless rays of light. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. It was the Nuwa Daoist stone, the imperial weapon of Emperor Hua's immortal lineage. The Nuwa Daoist stone was on par with the Fuxi Dragon Tablet. It was rumored that both of them had reached the level of a quasi-immortal weapon. Of course, Ling Yan didn't use the imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne. She didn't know why, but it was difficult for her to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Long Yao took out the bronze spear that was stained with sacred blood. At the same time, the bell hanging on her neck fell off. It was the imperial weapon of the Overlord Ancestral Hall, the imprint of the Overlord Bell. Ascension King took out the imperial weapon, the Ascension God Spear. The others also used their own methods. It could be said that the battle had reached a white-hot level. Jun Xiaoyao smirked as he sensed the destructive shock waves. His eyes were filled with disdain. He was like an emperor looking down on these rebellious subjects. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. In the center of his palm, runes shone brightly. Then, the brilliance surged and turned into a battle axe. The imprint of the imperial weapon, Ancient Chaos Axe, an aura that could destroy everything in all directions appeared. At the same time, a shocking battle intent burst out. That was the unyielding will that belonged to the ancient Chaos Emperor. That was the undying battle intent of the ancient Chaos Emperor that could fight against heaven and earth. This battle intent coincided with Jun Xiaoyao's boldness. Fighting against the heavens was endless fun. Come, this son of God will give you a chance to fight against the gods. Within Jun Xiaoyao's body, there seemed to be the sound of worlds colliding. The power of Sumeru worlds appeared and supported the ancient Chaos Axe imprint. Even the space was destroyed. This was the power of 260 Sumeru worlds. It was enough to crush heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao's axe fell, shaking heaven and earth and destroying the vast expanse. The mighty axe light fell, wanting to split everything in the world and cut the void. The 7 emperors also made their moves. All kinds of imperial weapon imprints bloomed with dazzling divine light. The power of the 2 sides collided fiercely in a shocking way. Heaven and earth turned upside down, destroying mountains and rivers.